Good evening, everyone. How are you? I was on the phone, so I was just running a bit late being on the phone. Yes. G'day, Zach. Taurine. Okay. Hello to you as well, Mr. Taurine. HD, good to see you, mate. Gonna drop this question here. A bit of a follow-up on the earlier surreal question. Would taking high, consistent amount deplete your marrow and have you approached hay quicker? I don't look. Those questions should be directed to Bart K. HT. You know, I know that a few things about the actual surreal product, but I don't know enough to basically, be able to. Bart's actually done a video in the past, and because he's sort of reset his whole channel now, a lot of them are not there, or he's actually hid them privately or whatever, and he's just putting out other stuff, and then eventually keeping certain things private because of certain language that he used, and that really upsets the YouTube censorship board, and so that's a bit of the stuff around it. But you should direct. I don't sell surreal products. I know that they basically have this ability to cleave off something which I can't remember exactly what it is, which actually then allows for the easy. It's some sort of protein molecule that actually attaches itself to these adult stem cells, that it makes it much harder for them to be released as you get older. And so one way of actually allowing that is to basically cleave this sort of protein off and then allow it to be put into circulation, which then the body can use to build other tissue. Now, how it prioritizes that is sort of not exactly it's not random, but you don't know where it's going to go. So let's say you've got a bad heart and a bad leg. Well, it's going to prioritize not the leg, but the heart, first of all. And once it's sorted that out, then it may take months until you fix your heart, and then eventually that those stem cells will start going towards your leg. In Bart's case, it was his eye. He was losing his sight. He had macular degeneration. But when he actually took the surreal products, since none of his other organs or systems were problematic, the major problem with his eyesight, that's where the focus went. So had he had some other issue that didn't work, he would have probably thought, well, this product doesn't work, bugger it. But when it worked, he was convinced, because macular degeneration is a pretty severe condition, and once you've had quite a lot of damage, it's very hard to sort of reverse it back and get your eyesight and actually restore. So he was quite surprised and shocked with the results, but he knows more about it, and so you really need to ask him in that regard. I just put it out there for people to bring them up to scratch, that there are other options, because I talk not only about the carnivore diet, but also I talk about other biohacks like taurine, surreal, and a whole lot of other things that people can do to slightly modulate, because we've never lived ancestrally, and we've done a lot of damage. And so we don't have this sort of like long health span and then drop dead because of the end of cell division. We decline as we actually cause more mitochondrial, more damage to our bodies as a consequence. And so the other thing about these products, they do create new cells, and these cells have new healthy mitochondria as well. Not only the cell, but the mitochondria as well. Everything is new and healthy, like you would have in the youthful age. So, if somebody has a lot of money, obviously, to produce more adult stem cells by taking more of the product, could be an advantage. But you've got to have the money to do that. It is an expensive product as well. Taurine and vitamin D also do facilitate some level of stem cell, in different ways. They do that. They sort of enhance some of these pathways, but they don't do the sort of this much more magnified effect that surreal has, this product, because of this cleavage off and allowing more to go into circulation. And we don't even understand why, as we get older, it actually stops less in circulation. Maybe, it's one way of turning over the population, biologically, you're there to breed and then go, so as some say. So now we're into biohacking. How do we actually keep it going for longer? And this is an option in that regard. And taurine is another option. So there are quite a few options that we can throw in to biohack ourselves to longer life. But there's a whole But that also means that we're not causing continuous damage, because obviously these products, you can put them in, but if you're doing continuous damage, they're not going to basically, slow things down, since, as we know, the more damaged cells you have, the more senescent cells you have, the more they actually produce inflammatory cytokines. The more senescent your immune system is, the more it produces cytokines, compared to a younger person who is healthier, has less senescence to their immune system, and produces less cytokines. That's why older people die from when they get respiratory infections from cytokine storms. So you want to have more naive T cells rather than cytokine ones. And, that's part of the aging of the immune system. We know that, vitamin D can actually produce new ones, and taurine can also, reduce the senescence, or promote more naive and much more youthful immune system, which means that you can live a longer, healthier life with less risk of, these sort of death from a poor immune system. But at the same time, if you're basically, putting down your throat shitloads of seed oils and refined sugars and whatever else, you can take all the taurine in the world, or surreal, whatever, you're going to be doing more damage than you can actually repair, so to speak. So, it's a synergy of things, so to speak, that probably has is more beneficial. But if you want to learn more about the product, do ask Bart. He usually has, his weekly sort of live, or just leave him a message on one of his live streams. Leave him a comment, and or send him an email. So probably send him an email would be better. Richard, Jonathan. Couldn't make the last one, was asleep. We're all fine. That's okay. You can always watch, as Richard, sometimes he's busy with other things and he'll watch it through the week, and many others do. So, because my streams tend to be a bit on the long side, as you guys know. So, I don't get offended. It's primarily, the purpose is for you guys to turn up and ask questions, and interesting questions, so I can answer them, or try and attempt to answer them in the best way possible with all the knowledge that I've got. Getting ready to crash soon. Fair enough. Oops. T-4. Oh, that was before. Yes, obviously. Yes. Yes, I was only 5 minutes late. Yes, I was on the phone. So, but yes, how are you? And the Serpanos teas. Yeah, they're all fine. It'll remind me, I do have to contact my youngest sister tomorrow. Anyway. Fair enough. Yes. Yes, it'd be 8 o'clock. Yes. Probably. Do the stores close at 10, supermarkets like here? I know on the major, there's one that actually stays up 24 hours. There's a couple, but, the ones close by here usually close much earlier. I don't care that much. my late coffee. I actually forgot about an earlier coffee. Go bury some gold. Yeah, with the way inflation has, and yes, so true. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Kitty. How are you? I was on the phone. Five minutes. God, they give me a hard time. TikTok, yeah. Fluffy Robos, how are you? Greetings. It's good to have you here. Felicitations, Harry's crewman. Yes. Can you see how they're treating me? Disrespectful. On the phone for 5 minutes, and I get a hard, and I get the fifth, the fourth degree or whatever it's called, fourth or fifth degree. Can't remember. God, I must be brain fogged. I did my second batch. That means all the dark coloured ones today. So the whites were done on the other day. So usually if they're a light mixed colour, I throw them in with the whites. If they're darker, sort of on the darker spectrum, I throw them in with the darks. That means I avoid having to do the other two, the third, the coloured ones or the mixed. God, it's enough to do 2 a week without actually adding to the laundry misery. I don't like domestic work, as she knows. She spies on me. I just say, you're perving, aren't you? Yeah, that was the whites. Thanks, Jonathan. You see, somebody appreciates me, unlike some others. Maybe he's in a battle with Roy for the right to host. Mm. G'day, Mick. Stefan, how are you, mate? Dirty undies. KL, how are you, mate? Ah, yes, greetings to you as well. See, somebody that which actually treats me like a human. Oh, well. Ollie Alex. I read that the citric cycle can bind the metals like aluminium citrate that can also cross the blood-brain barrier. Furthermore, it also made of GMO mold and can contain pollutants too. Still okay. You think about these two things too much, don't you? But problem is most people view the citric cycle as just energy production. It's not. It does a lot of things. It actually, if you need to basically produce glucose from other precursors, it does that. If you need to basically produce fatty fat, it does that. Amino acids of different types, from the essentials, does that. Nucleotides, which is the stuff for, your DNA and your RNA, it does that. So it does more than just energy production. Okay, so it's involved in more things. We just don't. When you look in the textbooks, they don't mention it. They actually have it like a separate thing. A lot of people don't realize that basically a lot of them is tied. Even the electron chain is connected directly into the. It's not something like it's separate directly into the citric cycle. So, when it gets deranged and you actually go into growth mode, it also is. That's the reverse Krebs cycle. And that isn't healthy anyway. But that's for another day, when I'll do a video on that and my new hypothesis in some of the stuff that I've realized about it. Anyway, Zach, g'day, fellow sulfur amino acid megadose. Oh yes. Well, you could call us that. Yeah. We get plenty of cysteine and methionine and taurine and all that from the animal products that we eat. So yes, we probably do get more sulfur amino acids than the average person. And the cysteine from methionine and cysteine and taurine are very important as an antioxidant and involved in methylation as well. So yes, we get plenty of that sort of stuff that looks after our system. So yes, I would say we could call ourselves amino acid megadoses as carnivores as well, beyond the just supplementing thing that we do on top for biohacking or to deal with specific ailments. Hi, Harry. Anthony Chiefy put out an interview with Thomas Seyfried on cancer and the mitochondria, which you have discussed. Good stuff. Yeah, look, I've discussed, but I do with Thomas Seyfried, I do have some disagreements in the way he views things about mitochondria, and I'll explain it. I'm going to do a video at a later. I've come up with a new hypothesis. I've been looking in evolutionary biology, and I've realized that a lot of these, and even Otto Warburg also, Krebs also missed this about the nature of basically cancer, the nature of mitochondrial dysfunction, and a lot of other things. So it's some stuff that I've already talked about, but it's gelled in my brain much better now with looking at evolutionary biology and also looking at early non-organic life and the way organic life in the early stages, metabolism of early life, actually before even DNA and RNA type things existed, how that early sort of construct of proto-life actually mimicked inorganic states, and then from that was able to come about the other stuff. So yeah, it's a completely different concept. And I've talked about some of this sort of stuff about, and one of the key nutrients will still be taurine in that picture, and it'll be quite clear. But there are other nutrients as well, synergistically play to sort out a lot of these mitochondrial issues, which these people are sort of perplexed how to basically fix the problem. So it's one thing to identify the problem; you've got to come up with a solution. So some of my thinking is on those sort of solutions and how to prevent certain things and how to change certain things the way they operate. So yes, I think it's going to be a very interesting video when I make it. It'll be a unique video that you would have never heard, in a sense. Some of the stuff, yes, I've already talked about, but some of the other, but bring the whole thing together, it will be creating this sort of completeness, and I think you'll enjoy it. Let's put it that way. if you enjoy this sort of stuff, you'll really enjoy this coming video. Need a crash. Thanks. Right. Take care. Or see you, Richard. Thanks for being here, and enjoy your sleep. I know you got work tomorrow, so, you know, and it is later in New Zealand. You guys are a couple of hours ahead from us, so see you, mate. Take care. Okay, Alex. Anyone know any good resource for trying to understand your DNA results? Finally, 23andMe done. Now trying to look deeper. There is Genetic Genie and a couple of other sites. What I'll do is I'll pin in the community pages. I'll do it tomorrow because I'm not going to have time after. I'm going to go to sleep after the live stream because I got one phone call I need to make, and then after that I'm going to go send a message. I'm not going to make a phone call; it'll be too late. Send a message, and then I'm going to hit the sack because I've got work tomorrow as well. But I will tomorrow, Alex, actually create on this actual thing. I'll pin it, so it'll be the primary comment, and I'll give you some links of places to go where you can upload the data, the zip file, and then basically get a readout of, like, you know, detox things of different things like MTHFR, all the different pathways, the methylation pathways and stuff like that, and a couple of other resources where you can look up to check your different DNA. Like, you know, there's a site that actually has all the genome, and then they have certain categories, so you can search under category like cardiovascular or certain diseases, and then they'll give you all the genes, and then you can check the genes. But remember, genes are not your destiny, because certain things and foods and lifestyle can actually silence those genes epigenetically. So just because you've got something, you can actually silence it or fix it. It's like I've got MTHFR, which is the primary one, 677, which basically means that I've got the alleles, 2 T's. So basically I'm homozygous. So basically I've got the worst sort of genetics. But I've done a video a couple of years back, one of my earlier ones, on methylation, and I discuss about riboflavin correcting that. So you eat enough meat or drink dairy, or, you know, consume dairy, which is high in riboflavin, vitamin B2, and basically Bob's your uncle. That fixes up that whole pathway, and it works. So you don't need to do any special supplementations and all this, like naturopaths give you basically a whole high dose of folic acid, and you end up with pernicious anemia because it actually you end up depleting your B12. So not a good thing. Just fix it by eating a steak a day or a bit of dairy, and it'll fix that problem immediately. So it's simple as that. You know, naturopaths make it far too complicated, as if humans evolved with all these problems. No, they didn't. They basically ate a species-appropriate diet, which turned off certain genes and upregulated others, and things worked properly until we hit the agricultural stage and we really stuffed it up for ourselves. So, yeah, so always be careful about how you read genetics. Genetics are not your destiny. Epigenetically, you can either turn off or turn on things. You can have neurological genes that are related with neurological diseases. But if you're getting a lot of phospholipids, in particular phosphatidylserine, phosphatidylcholine, you're eating species-appropriate foods, eggs are very high in these things, you will methylate properly those gene pathways, and epigenetically you'll turn those genes off. I mean, and there's actually Ashkenazi Jews have got this really bad neurological disorder. High doses of phosphatidylserine completely turns off those genes completely. They've done it in Tel Aviv University. So, you know, there are hacks. Or you can just basically eat a species-appropriate diet without consuming, you know, a whole lot of supplements, and get the same sort of phospholipids and get the nutrients that basically epigenetically switch. But the supplement is quick, like bang, we turn them off. And then if you keep you eat the right sort of food, so you don't need the supplement, then you basically are fine. You won't get these neurological diseases. So they are not your destiny. Remember that, Alex. Very important. So, but I will put the stuff up. G'day, Mick. Thanks, mate. Appreciate the support. Hi, Harry. Small problem with high fat and rare meat. Histamine, and this week a bit of a acid reflux. What's the root cause? Taurine. It's really taurine, mate. Look, most of our food supply, we hang meats up. Most of the actual taurine goes out with the water. As the animal loses fluids, it loses also the taurine content. Plus, we've got a lot of things in our environment that are basically taxing our system, and sometimes we need a bit more. I've actually done a video, the molecule that fixes up the gut, the microbiome, the molecule that actually sorts out the microbiome. I've actually done a video. If you check one of my playlists, or do the microbiome, Harry Serpanos, and you look it up, you'll actually find that it is taurine, and I would recommend 6 to 10 grams to basically sort out, probably the 10 to sort out. I can't recommend, but I can advise that that's what I would do. Let me just clarify that. And that will sort things in your stomach as well, the acid reflux and all that. Again, you need to the proton pumps in there need to be properly regulated. Taurine does that as well. It also reduces H. pylori. It also suppresses things like candida, and all these cause histamine problems, cause problems of acid reflux, cause gastrointestinal problems, and all that sort of stuff. So taurine is the magic ingredient, and sometimes we have to take it in higher doses for a couple of months to sort this stuff out. Then we can throw in some B vitamins and to basically enhance the beneficial bacteria, plus things like kefir. I'm not really big into a lot of probiotics. The only one I do recommend primarily is the Dietary one, which is the DSM, the number, I think it's 19738 or something like that. And that's what you'll find in my videos. I refer to it a lot. And that basically will sort out, suppress things like C. diff and a whole lot of other things. It also suppresses H. pylori as well, which can can cause acid reflux, because it can actually inhibit the proton pumps in your stomach from working properly. So because it doesn't like an acidic environment. And usually if it can't generate enough stomach acidity, what happens is the valve on top does not seal, does not close. You've got to get the acidity low in order for that sphincter at the top to seal. It's just the way it is. And H. pylori tries to make sure that the environment is more alkaline in order to basically for it to survive. It doesn't like an acidic environment. Where the beneficial ones like lactobacillus and the bifidobacteria and all that do prefer a more acidic environment, and they do tend to suppress some of the other stuff. So play a very important role. Anyway, so yeah, I hope that sort of covered it. And you're probably at this early stage where you're still transitioning, Mick. So your body's adjusting and all that. So take it slowly. Don't rush it. It's not a marathon. It's not a sprint race. It's more like a sort of a slow marathon. You sort of and transition slowly. I have no problems with people still having some plants in to transition their system. So do the way it works better for you, rather than try and make sure they're not plants that are nasty, like low oxalate type things, like cucumbers are low oxalate, a bit of kosh lettuce is low oxalate, these sort of things that are both don't have any sugar, but at the same time are more low oxalate, and can allow you to transition a bit better in that regard. So those sort of things is what. So okay, so you've been taking the Dietary lozenges. Good. They will help. We used to do them Me and my brothers, we did them for about 6 months. So they don't populate very well. Necro Kitty actually did a kefir, and she actually put them in the kefir to sort of increase the amount, because they're only in the hundreds, in the millions rather than in the billions. So you need, by put it in the kefir, you can actually produce. And I do have on my community post somebody doing a kefir thing. I need to mention to Richard when I see him next time if he could do something for me in that regard. So yeah, and that would be important. But I wouldn't do it in the first month. I'd start in the second month. First, I'd focus on the taurine, high supplementation, all that, the B vitamins and all that, try and restoring the Dietary and all stuff like that. And then in the actual second month, then I'd focus on bringing in the kefir and stuff like that, and trying to improve things, and also the extra taurine will fix up any other problems. Most people that have got these things are sort of multifaceted, as I always say. Digestive things don't come in. They come in multifaceted. That means there are issues with the pancreas, there are issues with the gallbladder, there are issues with, when it comes to digestion. So animal-based diet with some of these additional biohacks will help basically rebalance the gut microbiome and the gut functioning. Taurine is like sort of the master molecule here, because it regulates the stomach, it regulates the gut, it increases inflammasome, which then suppresses histamines, and spermidine, which is the thing that actually increases a lot of bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine, which can be a problem both for digestion and also absorbing enough stuff, and also creating SIBO sort of conditions and all that. So we need to sort that out if you've got those sort of problems. So taurine is the big one. Do check out my video. I go over it and explain a lot of things. So now let's go back where I was. Anyway, Alien Drone, how are you, mate? Children of the Taurine. God. How are you, Lewis? Good to have you here, mate. Looks a nice pint. Harry, I recently discovered Dr. Sheen Omar on YouTube, who is a carnivore. He advocates that eating fermented veggies with meals for gut. You think this would be beneficial or just not worth it? Look, dairy is fermented. Kefir is another option, in terms of that sort of fermentation approach. We basically, the thing is, the problem with plants is too many plants. The problem is it can actually interfere with absorption of important minerals and nutrients. I usually just use plants as a transitional thing, because your enzymes and all, setting up everything more as a transitional rather than advocating it for. I do have to say that, like today, on every fortnight when I go over to Dad's and have a meal, I do have some gherkins, which is fermented cucumbers. So and I like them, so I'll have one or two. So that's probably my only plant indiscretion for the fortnight that I do. But there are many other sources to get fermented. Humans have always fermented and got important strains of bacteria. So I'm not against that. There are animal sources. Like the Inuit used to put a lot of fish under snow to ferment and actually create a fermentable fish. Even in places like even the Sami, they do something similar. You go to Norway, Sweden, and Finland, they've got very similar fish type fermented dishes. The Japanese have got certain types as well. Others have fermented meats or organ meats or stuff like that. So there have been a lot of fermented animal foods as well. It's not only plant foods, but animal foods. And it's probably a good idea now and then to, do some. I prefer doing sort of dairy-based kefir fermentation, which is something that I enjoy dairy far more than I enjoy some of these other forms of fermented foods. So that's where I try to get my fermented stuff, and I usually will throw in certain strains of lactobacillus, which is stuff that we usually tend to have far less, and most people are missing for a number of reasons in that regard. Anyway, I don't know why Alien Provocateur was held up because he had 3 different memes or, emojis. That's ridiculous. YouTube gets more ridiculous every day. It just doesn't make sense. It's not even offensive words. It just put 3 oh God emojis up. I mean, freaking hell. YouTube's become weird. Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of promoting plant-based because there are anti-nutrients and a whole lot of other things in plants. Yeah, fermentation does remove and lower the threshold, but still, but I'll leave that up to you. I mean, I don't basically say that if you do, it's going to be extremely deleterious to your health. It's not going to. I always view it the less the more plant foods I have, the less deuterium I'm going to have in my system. Now, the amount that I would be getting would be so tiny, it probably is irrelevant. But I'd say, yeah, the less I have, the better. Look at the camels; they've got very low deuterium diet, and they never show their age, and they live very long. So Hello Kitty actually decided to put more emojis. And see, and YouTube didn't work on you. That's annoying, because then I would have left it just to be annoying. Yeah, so that's sort of my take on it, Zach. KO, just got bloods done. Results suggest I have autoimmune reaction to gluten. Not good, not good. Well, I hope you're not consuming gluten. Hope you are, have moved away. Potentially functional iron deficiency through high ferritin. Well, that could be for a lot of reasons. Viruses can actually raise your ferritin. So, let's not jump to conclusions immediately on these things. So you need to basically may have to look into things. But I suggest if you actually have inappropriate things in your diet, get rid of them. So, and high ferritin doesn't mean hemochromatosis either. And we've had a number of people that are on the carnivore diet that have hemochromatosis, and they have normal levels. So they're, because especially the ones that add taurine. Explain to you why. Taurine actually regulates all ions in the body. So whatever ion is in the body, so when we're saying ions, 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 I'm talking about all the different metals, all the different minerals or stuff like that. So it regulates your calcium, it regulates your iron, it regulates copper, it regulates all these things. So if you're eating a species appropriate diet and getting sufficient, what it will do is it will regulate your iron levels and normalize them. That's what taurine's supposed to do. And I've had a number of people with hemochromatosis that do that. One thing that I have found with people with hemochromatosis, when they do get any virus, or they seem to be much more sensitive in holding on to, iron than others. So that's a genetic thing which we can't get around. And it's probably a protective mechanism that these people have, because there's sort of a hypothesis that the reason this emerged was in an environment where there was severe illness and all that, and the people who had this mutation were able to survive a very lethal sort of viral load environment. So that's sort of the thinking how it's come about. So yes. And so, yeah, and people can have that issue as well. But if you've got proper regulation, you getting enough, as I said, taurine in the diet, you can regulate copper and many other things as well. So usually most people, when they go a bit stricter on the carnivore diet, add a bit of supplemental taurine, or add a bit of fish, which is higher in taurine as well, compared, much higher, they seem to have a lot of resolution of a lot of these things. So look into those things and then do your blood checks as well. That's fine. If you don't ask, you'll never learn on these things. I had to start. I started the same way, mate. 12 years ago, I had no idea. Nutrition, these sort of things. My interest in the past was computer science. What I do currently, which is spatial science, which has to do with cartography and all that stuff, and things like physics and stuff like that. I had more interest in as a youngster, and as I got older, yeah, but didn't really have an interest in these other things until I got cardiovascular disease, and then I sort of had to find out how to fix it. So that's why I've ended up here. So my misfortune and now correction of that misfortune is your blessing, or your benefit in a sense. So yes, so I wouldn't worry too much. Most people on a carnivore diet, they do normalize all these things. Pickled gherkins lately. Yeah, Dad puts them out, and I can't resist. They're there. Yeah, exactly. Vinegar and all that. I'm a very savory person in my taste buds. I don't like, very sweet things. I'm more savory, and it really just hits the button for me. So if it's there, I'll consume. I won't buy it, but I'll consume it. Yeah, it depends. Some of the traditional ones, like out of Poland, out of Eastern Europe in particular, yes, they usually are fermented the right way, which means a lot of these anti-nutrients are reduced considerably. Yeah, they still got fiber. Yeah, and that also has some inhibitory effect in the absorption of nutrients. So that's why I usually say that if you're going to use something as a regular thing, fermented thing, it's best to basically make a milk kefir and add a few additional bacterial strains of the lactobacillus types and stuff like that than anything else. Oh, funny. So you've got something funny for me, Tracy. Let's see. Would this get me into trouble with the YouTube here? I suspect this is what happens to a Vagoon. Welcome to Stewart. Will you be having brain fillets or just stew tonight? Wonderful. Actually, it looks like on Star Trek there used to be some sort of species. I can't remember their name, but they had like the phage they had, or something like that made them look a bit like that. They probably used something like that to create this character. There's a lot of green there, so I suspect he's been munching on, and deteriorating from all that munching of inappropriate stuff. G'day, Nick. How are you, mate? Off to the gym now, so we'll be watching the rest later. Fine, mate. Enjoy your gym session. Coffee's getting cold. Triglycerides to HDL ratio were also good. Good for you. That's sort of an indication. Most of the others. But total cholesterol levels high, likely secondary to autoimmune inflammation. No, not necessarily. You could be an ApoE of 4.4, and if you are, you're a hyperresponder automatically, basically. You uptake chylomicron remnants so fast that you basically... I've actually done a video, KL, on ApoE, and if you do have an ApoE of 4, 4.3, 4.2, you're more likely to be a hyperresponder and tend to run a much higher cholesterol level naturally, genetically. That's fine. You basically are more likely to suffer less health problems from viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Why? Because you've got, you can actually put out there more LDL, which helps in dealing with acute illness of these sorts. So that's what our traditional ancestors had. But after we started consuming a bit of sugar in the some interglacial periods, we switched, and that changed slightly. So we had chylomicron remnants that wouldn't go into the liver as fast, and so you'd get less export of VLDL, so you'd end up with less LDL in the end as a consequence. This genetics, as a protective mechanism, as you took in some level of sugar into the liver, you wouldn't be ramming a whole lot of fat at the same time and magnifying the Randall cycle and inflaming the liver. So it was a sort of a protective mechanism that emerged in this interglacial period about 200,000 years ago, and the next one was about 80,000 years ago. That was with small amounts of plant-based stuff that this switch happened, so how the body reacted to even small amounts. Then we hit the agricultural age, and it was just too much. The body just could not adapt to that level of assault. And since then, we've had the problems that we've had from antiquity, and we've tried to find ways of mitigating them through fermentation and other things, but that only partially ameliorates or reduces, that is, some of these problems. But I would not worry about high cholesterol as long as it's not ox LDL. That means oxidized LDL. You've got nothing to worry about. It's only oxidized LDL, and that primarily happens due to two factors: either seed oils, which incorporate highly primary and secondary oxidative products from these industrial seed oils, and they are very damaging to cells and lipoproteins and many other things. They create a lot of inflammation and cause a lot of damage, oxidation, which they knock out electrons out of certain basically parts of the cells, and so they damage them. They age them. If they continuously get more damaged over time, they become more senescent. So, and the other part is the aldehydes, the high aldehydes that these things have as well, that can rip the lipid membranes. That means the bilayers can actually be damaged quite severely. And that's when you've basically got oxed LDL, deranged, that can end up in the endothelium. So, and then cause problems along the arterial walls and stuff like that. So these are the problems. Normally, if they are properly functioning and they're not oxidized, because they don't have this toxic crap inside the that has come in through the chylomicron, gone into the remnant, then passed it through the liver, then it being re-exported out, and that stuff actually either can be esterified with cholesterol with these 3 fatty acids, and that esterified cholesterol can be problematic, or even as free fatty acids, they can also be problematic and be very damaging to the body. So that's really what's really causing a lot of these problems, So if your cholesterol, so it has nothing to do with, obviously if you've got inflammation in your body, yes, cholesterol can rise because it's involved in healing, so that can be another factor that can be driving it up. Bacteria, viruses, they can also raise up, any stress can raise LDL, or the ApoE, the genetics. And I've done a video on Pim Johnson's web's channel, and I do have a playlist of videos that I've done with Pim. You might find interesting. The ApoE will give you a lot of information in that regard. Yes, but I wouldn't be concerned too much about cholesterol. Most of your cells are made of cholesterol, so without it, we'd be dead. Oops. G'day, Sammy. How are you, mate? Good to have you here. Had to check out Cole Robinson's diet protocol yet? Nah, he's gone completely off the rails from what I hear, from what Bart's been telling me. So yeah, I wouldn't bother. Zach, Casey, vegetable police guy, doing a lot of fermented foods. He said he thought his teeth were going to fall out from the acid. Funny guy. Okay. Yeah, well, he let's say, how can I put it? He over dramatizes things. I actually have no idea what vegetable police is doing nowadays. He keeps on switching back and forth to different diets and all sorts of things. So, but I think he's controversial. That's comically controversial. I think that's his sort of style. Tom, how are you, mate? Currently at day 7 of strict carnivore challenge, eating mostly ground beef, eggs, and lard, salting heavily. Had a bit of headache yesterday, solved it by drinking slightly more water. Yep. Yeah, you're probably salting a bit too heavy, and it pulls more fluids. It's sort of so yeah, salting fine. Don't go overboard. Go to taste. I usually go to taste. That's the secret in that, Tom. But no, good. Is there maybe I don't keep track of things like that. Is there a 30-day challenge or something? I thought it was in the beginning of the year. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There may be more. Has the ideal urine no foam at all in it in a healthy person without kidney damage? Is foam always a sign of oxalate dumping? It usually is. It usually is. Mine sometimes has 0, sometimes a bit, and sometimes a lot of foam. Yeah, it's usually basically you got to protect the kidneys with citric acid. You've got to get whether if you don't have any food grade citric acid, at least get lemon juice. Have some lemon juice. Have some lemons around so you can actually use them when it happens. Yeah, really important that it's a problem. It's a problem that is a big problem, especially in the carnivore community when we go away from all plants. Once we take out all the oxalate type plants, the body tends to go, okay, nothing's coming in. I can get rid of this crap. And that's the problem. Now, if you're on a species appropriate diet from a young age until now, you probably wouldn't have the problem. Some people, I tend to put lemon juice on my fish and lemon juice on my pork because that's how I like it. I don't put it on anything else. I even put it on my fried eggs. They do taste, I like them in that way. I know it's weird. Yep. Okay. Just call me a weirdo, but I do like them that way. And, I probably get a bit more than the average carnivore in that regard, because, I used to just eat into a raw lemon. I just like the taste of lemon. I know it's weird. Call me weirdo, if you so please. It doesn't. I won't get offended. Yeah. So, but I can tell you, it eventually will stop. It did stop with me as well, but it took a quite a length of time. Let's put it that way, of on off. So, and mine was primarily urine. There are other people that basically get it through, like they tend to get excreted out of their feces and through the bile duct, and they tend to get pain in the bile duct in the gallbladder. They tend to get basically pain, in their anus and stuff like that. And actually, the little crystals come out. They can actually feel them at the tip of the, and they literally cut and bleed. So that can be a real hassle for some people. So those people definitely need to get food grade citric acid. So I don't know what's worse, the kidney pain or the anus pain. Take your pick. Both are not pleasant, but that's one issue, and it's because we've consumed so many plants. Somebody that started their life as a youngster, as an Inuit or a Maasai, they would have never had this sort of exposure, so they don't have the problem. We're coming from a different state, so yeah, it is a problem, unfortunately, in our community. Some people seem to get it more than others. I'm one of those people. Some people seem to, like Sean Baker, never had the problem, and many others never had the problem. It's just, I think people primarily who've come from a plant-based past, like, Sean Baker came from a mixed diet, across from a refined carbohydrate mixed diet, which would have generally had less oxalate in it. A lot of us that went into the keto community and started eating a lot of green vegetables, in particular like spinach, like myself, stuff like that, or did vegan or vegetarianism, ate a lot of these green vegetables, or did green smoothies or whatever. We're the type of people that actually added shitloads of oxalates into our system, and now we're paying for it, pretty much. So, yes, so that's really how it comes down to. That's why people like Sean Baker, who went from a mixed diet to a carnivore diet, they didn't have these problems. I went from a low carb diet with a lot of green vegetables. I don't know what you went from, Stefan, whether you went from a low carb that, or from a vegan or from a vegetarian diet with a lot of vegetables. And so we tend to have a much higher level of oxalates in our system. Our body can only if you're taking in like 50 milligrams of oxalate, you can degrade that and get rid of it. And so somebody like Sean Baker may have been only getting about 30 milligrams or 40 milligrams at most from his refined carbohydrate diet and the foods that he ate. So the funny thing is, people on a junk food diet are probably going to have less oxalate issues because they just don't get enough of these foods that are very high, like spinach and stuff like that, the green stuff that is very high in oxalates. So they never end up with these problems, none of these gut problems, none of these kidney problems, none of this sort of stuff. I mean, when I did keto, really low protein keto with therapeutic, and I actually ended up, to be able to put bulk into, I actually ended up eating more plants and stuff like that. I ended up in those 5 years having, and I'm not kidding you, 4 cases of kidney stones. And I ended up in hospital all 4 times. Once it came through, twice I had surgical intervention, and the last time I didn't go to the hospital. I just hit the apple cider vinegar, citric acid, lemon juice and all that sort of stuff, and taurine, and I avoided having to go to the hospital. And then I came to my senses and got rid of a lot of these plants out of my system, and then I got a bit of, this sort of oxalate dumping as well. And immediately I was on the citric acid and stuff like that, the food grade citric acid, the lemon juice and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, depends on where you've come from and how much, if you're on a standard diet, you're probably not getting as many oxalates. If you're not on a standard diet, you definitely are, if you're especially on one of the other ones, whether plant-based or whatever. And then when you come over to carnivore, you pay for your past indiscretions. It's just, Alex, beef has become $8.65 per kilo, more expensive here, 45% increase. Bloody hell. Look, it's everywhere. I mean, even in Tassie, where I'm at, things have gone quite expensive. Actually, the funny thing is the farmers market is the only place that actually prices are far more stable. The actual farmer directly selling are still selling on at more or less the old prices. I'm still getting my beef bacon for, $10, no change there, and many other things. So yeah, it's funny how the farmers market is starting to become cheaper with the better quality stuff, cheaper than what the supermarkets are. It's ridiculous. But, yes, energy costs, transport, the old supply chain that's been stuffed up because of COVID, because of all these things. Yes, thank you, politicians, for stuffing up our system on the energy front and the supply chains front. Yes, and then printing absolutely a mountain of paper money. Great. Overinflating assets to ridiculous levels, so they became unaffordable for everyone. And now they're basically going to just ramp up interest rates and kill off the small people, so they can basically hand it over to the people with a lot of money. Yes, great world we live in. That's the solution, basically. Yeah. Rather than making them pay, they're going to make us pay a second time around after they've done it to us before. Yes, what a wonderful world we live in. It's not called Christ, it's called inflation. Energy inflation, really, fundamentally. Production of goods and services is fundamentally energy. How much work you can actually achieve, productivity and whatever else. Yeah, worldwide the price is going up. It's just crazy. Yeah. We need to lower CO2 levels and keep saying EU are planning to pay farmers to cut cows. Crazy world. Yeah, cull cows. Yeah, it's just crazy what's happening at the moment in the Netherlands. Absolutely criminal. Yeah, things are getting worse and worse. Yeah, bloody hell. Seems like it, Alex. It collect serology test done. Celiac. So the celiac serology test done. So you mentioned earlier, didn't you? Yeah, about celiacs. I think it was you, wasn't it? KL. Yeah. Actually, even with gluten and lectins and stuff like that, people used to ferment that stuff away. They used to do 3 days for the bread to be fermented in the natural way to reduce the levels really low. And pre-hybridization breads had much less gluten. And then on top of that, they used to put in raw milk, and the raw milk had lactoferrin, and lactoferrin binds lectins and gets them out of the system. That's why people had less problems back then at KL. We've really just processed things in such a bad way. And we've made things that were contraindicated, not species appropriate, that, weren't the best stuff. If you had a bit, you probably could tolerate it, as they did back then. But if you had too much, it wasn't a good idea, which the rich, they were the ones getting sick. The poor couldn't afford to eat too much of that stuff back then. But we also had the right food, an animal food that basically dealt with some of these problems. Now, things are so damn processed, got nothing to protect you. Oops. Beef stock. So you're on a very, energy undense diet, so to speak. So the density of your energy intake is minuscule. Yes. Enjoy those soups. Water soups. Yeah, it's crazy. We may be all on basically beef stock if things get worse. The way, because it's bad enough, the inflation and everything else, but these, on top of that, they want to get rid of animals out of the food supply. It's not enough we've got all these health problems, they want to magnify them. God almighty. Yes. Yep. Why not support the local farmers rather than the supermarkets? And their price hikes, and and some people are even price gouging, beyond just the, rather than actually saying, okay, these are my real costs. No, I'm going to price gouge. Yeah. Annika, how are things in your neck of the woods, my dear? Black Sea coast. How is Bulgaria nowadays? I know Bulgaria and Greece and a few other parts of the Balkans are doing it very tough at the moment. Yeah, it's not good what's happening with the energy prices over there. You guys I don't know, you guys getting your direct energy from your nuclear power stations, or are you sort of getting sort of dependent on some of the gas, the expensive gas coming from Greece, the American gas? Oh, yes, the mosquitoes, tick bites. Yeah. My sister had that as well. She compared to anyone in the family, my younger sister that is, mosquitoes loved her, absolutely adored her. I could sit right next to her, and she could be attacked by multiple mosquitoes, and I wouldn't be attacked by one. So they definitely loved her. She's noticed as well something along those same lines, less mosquito or, things. None of us know exactly why. It just seems that they must be detecting something. They must be detecting something, whether it's some sort of pheromone thing that, when you're on a carnivore diet, I don't know. I got no idea. Something must be being detected to lower the threshold. She's noticed that as well. She did mention it to me once. But I got no explanation. And I haven't seen any research to really the reason. But yes, but it sort of makes sense because a lot of the ancestral people seem to not have any of these sort of problems in a natural environment with any sort of pathogens. They seem to be more robust. And like even the Maasai, I remember Mary Ruddock that I interviewed her, and she mentioned that the kids coming back from the school that were exposed to seed oils, less vitamin D, because vitamin D is also very important for the immune system, tended to have less of these problems. So there's something about it, obviously, that an ancestral diet improves, modulates the immune system in such a way, and maybe even some sort of pheromone, some sort of chemical signal is transmitted that actually tells those little things to stay away. It's unclear in that way. We know plants do certain things like that, and we know that humans can exhibit certain chemicals, as pheromones. Whether they can actually specific ones for organisms in the environment, nobody's ever looked at that. I don't know why, but nobody ever has looked at that. But you look at ancestral people; they seem to be in an environment with a lot of pathogens, but they don't seem to be basically suffering from a lot of these problems that people like early agriculturalists, or people that are agriculturalists suffer from a lot of these pathogens, and they don't, and they're in the same environment. Like the Maasai, same environment, don't have the pathogens. Their neighbours that are agriculturalists do. They're shorter, smaller, they're not getting enough protein, obviously. So over multiple generations, they tend to be shorter. And the other tribal group does have more of these pathogens. There are kids that come back from the schools that have had probably lower vitamin D levels, which is important for the immune system, plus been eating inappropriate foods, tend to lose this protectiveness that the other Maasai have. And Mary noticed that as well. So there's something about a species appropriate diet that basically gives you this sort of robustness within an environment of pathogens. But it's never been researched. We've got anecdotes, a lot of anecdotes, and a lot of, information from observation, epidemiology of tribal populations, but we have never really looked into the mechanisms of why. So can't really answer it because I don't have any science to back up any answer. I wish I did. Elizabeth, good to have you here. Okay, you don't have gallbladder. Okay. Yeah, look, if you're getting persistent yellow stools, it means that you have issues with bile production. And you may also have issues with the FXR enzyme. You may also, and that causes a problem in also the recycling. And so you end up with other problems. So do consider, obviously I think you're doing touring, you're doing some of that stuff, but you have to be patient. Eventually what will happen is you'll get better flow, you'll get that will normalize. Just keep at it. Good advice. That's fine. You don't need to type. You're the only person that actually can get in direct contact with me over the phone or physically. So, and you tend to ask me all sorts of questions. So basically, you're in a privileged position. So don't worry. You can ask whenever you like. Okay. Rump 14 kilos, sirloin 18, ribeye 25. Yeah, it probably does. Even here, it really depends where you purchase and stuff like that. where the price point is going to be. So it's one of those things. Dave, how are you, mate? Good to have you here. I've run out of milk. That's why I've hit the coffee, Tracy. I've run out of milk, so lost his milk. And my raw milk doesn't come in until next week, midweek. So I've got no milk tomorrow, got no milk on Tuesday. Hopefully the milk will come in on the Wednesday. So fingers crossed. I'm not sure yet. I should get a call from City Organic, hopefully, that they've got some coming in. I thought it was going to be last week because I actually ran out of milk at the end of last week. So I had none yesterday and none today. So yes, I'm milk dry at the moment, completely dry. Good idea. I mean, if you've got a deep fridge as well, it's a good idea to basically store some stuff. We don't know, especially if you're in Europe, things are going to really, next year, 2023 is going to be even worse in terms of energy availability and potentially even food production, food availability issues could become more problematic for Europe. So I would basically, because you're in the Netherlands, Alex, so I would definitely basically, anybody, consider buying on one of the whatever. I mean, we've got like sort of local type, similar to like eBay, but it's a local type of systems to transact where people can basically purchase secondhand stuff, and you may be able to find a good priced deep fridge, one of those tall ones where you can just buy a whole animal and just stick it in there, have it all cut up by a butcher, throw it in there. You got a year's supply, and you don't really have to worry about the food supply if it really goes wild or crazy. So do consider, people, things like that. I would, especially if I was in Europe. Yeah, citric acid for oxalate dumping. Yes, you can get food grade citric acid. It does help with the Krebs cycle as well. It does help with the Krebs cycle. So yeah, so it can actually increase, the rate of turning of the actual Krebs cycle. So yes, it can actually do that as well. But that's not the purpose we're using it. We're using it to deal with oxalate in this case. But that's another biohack that some people use. And that was the one that we just looked at. And that you asked me earlier about that. Furthermore, it made the GMO mold that can contain pollutants too still okay. It depends on the product. The food grade product that I recommend is the one that's on the iHerb. I've actually shown it before. If you go to iHerb, there's a food grade there. It's in green. I've actually shown it a couple of times. That's the one that I would actually get primarily for the purpose of oxalate dumping. If you don't want that, you can still use things like apple cider vinegar, lemon juice, and stuff like that, that they also help. There's options. People can pick them. Up to you. During the week, question pop up that I want to ask Mr. H, but it's rare. I remember when he shows his pretty face. Guess it's too distracting. Okay, anyway, if you remember it, let me know. Sounds like the right thing to do in TL. Yeah, it's nothing like a good feast. Yes, do hit the like button. Yes. It helps with the algorithm and makes me happy as well that people are finding this stream interesting or enjoyable, at least in some regards. With respect to IGF-1, it seems to me people are reductionists with being the culprit for problems. They are. If you have zero IGF-1, you will die. It's very important for muscle protein synthesis. It's very important for a whole lot of biological processes. Yeah, don't want to do the flip side, but it seems that increasing IGF-1 to youthful levels during sleep. Yeah. Look, people, I think, misunderstand IGF-1. Just because it is associated, it doesn't basically mean it's bad. mTOR isn't bad. IGF-1 isn't bad. Insulin isn't bad. Insulin is a signaling molecule. The Randall cycle, when you eat inappropriately, you can actually engage it. But even that, in a sense, if you're an ancestral person that seasonally engages it to basically put on some fat stores for a rainy day, even that isn't sort of a bad thing. It's just that we do it all year round now with a lot of fructose and refined sugar and basically refined sugars and oils. So that's a different thing altogether with a whole lot of other problematic things. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it drives me up the wall with the reductionism in that regard. It's a lot of the stuff with like protease inhibitors, as if normal cells don't require nutrients and don't require amino acids and proteins to be built. But the reductionist people go, no, let's just block this pathway arbitrarily. Like, let's block the synthesis of cholesterol, or let's block this. That's a sort of reductionist thinking, and it has ramifications. It creates a whole lot of other health problems in the body, supposedly solving, and it doesn't really solve. It doesn't fix, oxidative stress in the body. It doesn't fix, the aldehydes, the primary, secondary oxidative products that are tearing the lipid membranes, And the other thing that they seem to forget is also, if you keep on taking statins for too long, as an example, you'll actually just keep on increasing your calcification, because that's what it does. It takes calcium and sticks it into the arteries and builds it up in an uncontrollable manner. Now, as I said, statins have their place in early stages. You could use it as a biohack. So if you've got unstable angina, you're on a sad diet, and you realize, and you go, oh, I'm inflamed. I've got a lot of soft plaque, which could rupture and kill me. I'm going to take statins to really rapidly calcify that so I can stabilize it, and take coenzyme Q10 or ubiquinol if I'm older, the reduced form, in order to basically support energy production, because I still need the energy to repair and heal and all that sort of stuff and do a lot of other biological processes. So using it as a short-term fix in that way 6 months or whatever to stabilize angina and increase calcification. I've done a video on calcification, when calcification can be a good idea in order to stabilize unstable angina. There it has its purpose. But if you keep on taking it for many years, you're going to basically be causing more problems, and you get people, their calcification levels just go through the roof and keep on going up. But they are also inappropriately eating and just increasing and increasing, all these sort of things. So it's damn crazy, to say the least. But yeah, that's the sort of world we live in. No, you mean 10 times to basically, you've got to be even to basically, because it's going to go off, on. Jonathan, get it right. Pavel, how are you? Why does breast milk contain sugar? Contains a lot of other things, mate, as well. So it's a growing child. It needs that. Sugar plays an important role in, as the brain develops, it needs energy. That's one thing. And that's what a child does. It's growing outside because it can't grow inside sufficiently. So the rest of the growth happens outside. That's one factor. It also basically, it stays in ketosis as well. So it's got a lot of ketones. Children will flip in and out very easily. The other thing is you need also for glycosylation, another factor. Remember, we're not talking about massive quantities here. Yes, there is sugar, but even, in general milk, when you look at the sugar, I can have a liter of milk and I'm going to get 50 grams of carbohydrates. So that's still ketosis levels. So we're not talking about massive amounts by anyone's, but it has its purpose in those early growth days. And actually, even inside through the placenta, you will get certain things at the same time. So I'm not demonizing sugar. Sugar's still needed for the brain and for the red blood cells, but the rest of the body can do with fat. And that's why these children are in ketosis. They're using the sugar for their brain, for their red blood cells, and for a whole lot of other biological process, glycosylation as it's called. And then the rest, because remember, they still don't have the capacity to do a lot of the gluconeogenic sort of things that we can do as we're getting older, because a lot of these things are still being refined from early age and being developed in our bodies and all that. And so they're in a sort of when you're in a bit of a growth spurt, you're going to have slightly higher insulin. That affects glucagon levels. So there's a whole lot of reasons. A child's metabolism is very different from an adult's because it's growing. And because it's growing, it needs growth factors, and sugar is a growth factor. So there's, as I said, a whole lot of different reasons why a child needs these things and an adult doesn't. So, very different state of metabolism and even genetics turned on and turned off. And then when we go beyond that growth stage, then a number of those genes get turned off. And if they get turned on again in an inappropriate way, they create other types of growth which are inappropriate, which cause health problems. We think you might have said you were going to do a video on DNA stuff. Yeah, at some stage. It's on my list of things to do. But, now that I've been doing a lot of research of my own in areas of evolutionary biology and have been looking at, new hypotheses about cancer that I'm going to present and stuff like that. I jump on my own little bandwagons of interest, and I go, yeah, bugger it, I'll do that later, and I'll do something else. So You have to realize that's how I operate, Tracy. You know, you see, I sometimes get on a bandwagon. I may do 2 or 3 videos about something, and then I'll switch to something else. It's just the way I am. My mind's a bit erratic like that, and it works like that. Things that interest me, I have a passion to do. Things that, yeah, whatever, I'll do it later. So, especially when you've got a day job and you don't have hours and hours to be able to edit things and all that, you say the things that are more passionate for you at that moment is the stuff you do, rather than the things that are less passionate, as you can understand. So yeah, it's on the list. You know, look, it's a very, very long list. You've seen it. You know, I've just pages and pages of things that I've got to do. So yes, I've still got hopefully quite a lot of healthy years to go on this planet, and I'll be able to do those things. Anyway, with taurine, choline could help with leucine for youthful tissue and repair. They all help. They're all part of a species-appropriate diet. My coffee's getting very cold. Oh, sorry. That went a bit too fast down. HD. Yes, all these things, you know, play an important role, especially choline, taurine, in parts of the methylation and many other detox pathways and stuff like that. So that's important. Leucine to maintain muscle and bone health, very important. Yes. It's when you throw the sugar in and other things together with the protein, that's when you magnify the insulin to glucagon ratio. You amplify these excessive growth pathways, which are unhealthy. But in the normal sort of, to build bone, to build tissue, healthy tissue, and, you know, repair it and all that, the levels that we get from eating animal foods and all that are appropriate, and keep the insulin to glucagon at 1.3 at a level where you don't get over magnification of these signaling, but just enough to basically get the job done and maintain good tissue health and stuff like that. Very, very important. I've aluminum in my circuits. Wouldn't be the same without it. Citrate, not so much. Look, we've got a lot of things in Agent Provocateur. Nice one. We've got a lot of things in our bodies, a lot of different minerals, even fluoride. You know, even that plays a role. Too much is a problem. As a halogen, you know, like all others, you know, can be problematic for things like the, you know, your thyroid and stuff like that. But, you know, we still need trace minerals, you know, whether it's, you know, aluminium and many other things. I get a mineral supplement now and then. So there's nothing wrong. It's the dose that makes the difference. Yes, exactly. Yes. But it's also supporting another number of growth pathways directly as well. So Harry just ate some shrimp. Is the outside part of the shrimp safe to consume, or is it dangerous as a raw fiber? It's collagen. It's not fiber. Fiber is what is in trees. You know, it's basically collagen fibers, yes, but it's not fiber, as you know. So we call it collagen fibers, but it's collagen basically. It's you know, this sort of stringy proteins, and that's fine. You know, it's not a problem. I eat the shell, the whole lot. You know, there's stuff like hyaluronic acid in it and many other things which are very, very important to health. Very, very important. So, you know, nothing wrong. I just eat the whole thing, the whole animal, so to speak. I vouch for that, Harry. Says always in regards to riboflavin, B12 studied, I believe that shows that 2 milligrams sorts out your methylation pathway. MTHFR gene mutation precisely. Thank you. Yes. Look, everybody that's actually seen that video that I did a couple of years back, I think it's 2.5 or maybe 3 years now, can't remember. It's one of my early methylation. If you type in methylation, it's part 1 of methylation. Harry Serpanos, yes, I know I use very crude and simplistic type sciencey like titles. I have become a bit better in clickbaity stuff, but just to a certain degree. Just give me a sec. I've been drinking all this bloody coffee today and I feel like a leak and I forgot to go to the toilet. So I'll be back. So talk amongst yourselves. This is the first time I've actually interrupted my live stream to go for a leak. Oops. Sometimes forget to urinate. It's probably because I got interrupted with that phone call. I'm going to blame the phone call. Yes, but very much that. Oops. Can keep tummy issues. To management with digestive enzymes, milk thistle, and 3 meals per day. And have genes for histamine intolerance. Okay. Yeah. You may have to, up your taurine a bit. Mick, sometimes, people that have got that sort of stuff just need a bit more. And with that, a genetic test, I wouldn't, in terms of the genetics to activate inflammasome, you may have to sort of experiment a bit with taurine levels to see, the threshold, and also, and it's not only taurine, there's other sulfur amino acids like cysteine and methionine and stuff like that. So you may have to experiment a bit and see where the threshold is. Maybe eating more meat will get your threshold a bit higher in terms of sulfur amino acids and resolve the problem. So got to play around with these sort of things. Yeah, because it's going to be, there are going to be variations between humans, but at the same time, some of the core stuff are still important. Serpanos, thank you. That's awesome. Seems to have one carrier for macular generations. Here, but says no increased risk. Still want to look into it more. Fair enough. When it comes to macular degeneration and stuff like that, things like taurine really help. I remember seeing a study on related to this, and it was a combination of taurine, selenium, what was the other stuff that was in there? Retinol. And also they used hyaluronic acid. They actually they had a gel. It was a gel that they used on the eyes. I do not remember the name of the gel. It's a special gel. It also helps with things like, the sort of dry eyes, and or the sort of the ocular rosacea. Somebody actually asked me a question. I thought she actually said rosacea earlier, but she actually said, I actually went through it and I go, oh God, I didn't read that properly. And so it helps with that as well. I do not remember. It's an old study that I remembered reading ages ago. And obviously getting rid of the seed oils and all that drive a lot of these sort of things is important. And you've probably already done that, Alex. But, sort of sorting that out, retinol plays a role, but not excessive. If you're eating a carnivore diet, you should be getting enough retinol, a couple of eggs. Yeah, you should be getting more than enough. Putting in a bit of extra taurine is sort of important, and some of the other stuff. If I remember what the gel was, because I just cannot remember the exact gel that they used. I need to look it up and try and remind myself what it was. It's a brand that they used in this research to deal with some of these eye problems. Yeah, so yeah, try and make a mental note, see if I can find it. If I do, yeah, ask me next fortnight when I do my next live stream. Not a problem. Good. You may have to up it a bit because of the conditions that you've got. And it's good to ask amongst yourselves as well, because a lot of you guys, like Tracy, has been here for a while, and also is one of my moderators as well. They've heard a lot of this sort of stuff, so they usually have the answers for a lot of this sort of stuff as well. And also they've heard some stuff from Bart K as well, and a few other carnivores that are switched on. So yeah, we all share amongst ourselves, and that's the whole purpose of a community. G'day, Nah. How are you, mate? What are your thoughts on bioresonance testing for parasites, Lyme, etc.? Scam? I don't know enough about it. There are some people that do it, naturopaths and stuff like that, but I haven't really looked into it. And the research seems to be people that basically do these things are doing the research, and I can't find any third-party independent research looking into this area. So I can't confirm something that I can't independently research and evaluate. So I've got no independent research or evaluation on this sort of stuff. So I tend to say, but I've done all those parasite videos, and when it comes to regulating, carnivore diet with sufficient taurine usually fixes a lot of these problems. Now, with some of these, also vitamin D, because it's autoimmune, vitamin D is very important, have a good vitamin D status. And sometimes there are some programs, depending on the type of parasites, where you can do a desensitization. And there are some specialist doctors that do this sort of desensitization to certain organisms. So that's another thing that I usually recommend. So everything in the allopathic world isn't completely, if you get cut and you need to be stitched up to survive because losing a lot of blood will kill you, they do a very good job when it comes to emergency care and many other things. So, and even some of these desensitization, they seem to do not a bad job in some of these areas. So those areas where they've, it's not the nutritional, where we know it's very much controlled by the food industry, or some of the chronic illnesses that food should be corrected, species appropriately, and then you wouldn't need the drugs or anything like that. That sort of stuff is the areas of allopathic medicine, which are the problematic ones. But in some of the other areas, but I could not recommend something that I haven't been able to find independent research. I know about it, but without independent research, because it's all the people that are involved in the industry that are basically doing the research, and I can't find any independent. And so to confirm something or not, as I say to people, if you got the money and you want to try something, go right ahead. As long as there doesn't seem to be, if you start noticing anything that may not be exactly you can always just terminate it. But being on a species appropriate diet will deal with parasites very effective. So whether it's a scam or not, I don't know. I can't claim something if I haven't researched it, and I don't have any independent research. So, but it's something that, when I look at species appropriate things, I say, well, did they use this technology, tribal societies? No, I see tribal societies eating a species appropriate diet, getting enough taurine, getting enough of the animal nutrients. They don't have these parasitic problems. Then their kids go away to school. They don't get enough vitamin D. They start eating inappropriate, like seed oils and flour. Yeah, I know that crap. Remember, Mary was talking about the schools that they have this sort of stuff. Bang, So, yes. Yep. You've already asked that question. Yeah, that's why I don't recommend it in the first month. I usually recommend it later on for people because they've done higher doses of taurine to normalize their gut microbiome. So once the gut microbiome is normalized, then you can do, in your case, probably not a good idea at this stage, definitely not. If you're basically still having some reactivity or some issues, you've got to bring that under control. You may have to go to higher levels of taurine to achieve that compared to other people because of genetic susceptibility. So that's what I said earlier, just to clarify that point. But that doesn't mean everybody's in the same situation. You've got genetics, as you said quite clearly. I am looking into some methods of protocol eventually on trying to find research. It's a side thing that I'm doing, trying to find research for people that do have those genetics. How can we silence those genes? A bit like the neurological stuff with that basically some people have. It's a small group of people that have. It's not a big percentage of the population, but, high dose of phosphatidylserine completely silences those genes, So in terms of, histones, in methylating them properly and, epigenetically doing the switching, I'm looking into that sort of stuff. So keep an eye on this channel. At some stage, I'll do something. Oh, that was the early stuff. Paleo AIP. Is that a new type of paleo? Never heard of it. As I said, I must live a really sheltered life just looking at research and ignoring most of the community. So I'm a bit like that. I don't really care what other people say. I'm more interested in finding out exactly how things work and why they work in a certain way. I find that if I listen to other people, I sometimes may adopt their biases in a sense, so I'd like to keep my own research a bit more pure and independent. But I'm curious to find out what it stands for. Oh, let me find out. Oh, okay. Autoimmune protocol. Gotcha. So that's what you mean. Food's allowed, food's not allowed. Yeah. I sort of don't really subscribe to that sort of stuff. Other people have told me they've done certain autoimmune protocols of of low carb and paleo. I didn't know that they call it that. Paleo autoimmune protocol. But yeah, I know Paleo Medicina, who are carnivore, they've got their own. There's a whole lot of stuff out there. I find that when people eat enough animal foods and then regulate their immune system, and their immune system, the big regulators are taurine and vitamin D, things tend to resolve for all of these people. I mean, we've got one person that comes on my channel who had Hashimoto's thyroiditis, which is an autoimmune disease. That's Luke Gear. Most people that have been here, Mick, you probably haven't been as long here on this channel, but everybody else that has, they know Luke. He also basically does manages with NecroKitty the Discord, Bart K's Discord, and pretty much he had autoimmunity. He doesn't have it anymore. He couldn't even build muscle. Now he's building really good muscles and toning out and really becoming muscular. Again, he got his vitamin D levels up to the therapeutic levels, So once you get to the sort of 200 or 80 nanograms type level, he was out in the sun continuously. He did it the very natural way rather than supplements. And on top of that, got rid of all the indiscretions and just focused on dairy. And I know the paleo people say dairy is auto-inflammatory and all that. Yeah, whatever. And basically, he did dairy and meat heavy, and some dairy, and basically sorted all these autoimmune things. It's a bit like we have reductionist idiots out there saying, "Oh, iron is, iron drives cancer and stuff like that." You hear that all the time. What they mean is ferredoxin, which basically succinate, which is one of the actual stages within the Krebs cycle. But that only happens in reverse Krebs cycle. Doesn't happen in the other state. The other state actually produces NADH. So completely different biochemistry. So again, wrong. It's an association in a cancerous state when you basically have deranged your mitochondrial function. When it's not deranged, then it's not an issue. But the reductionist people will jump up and down. So what's better, to avoid something or to fix the problem? That's what we're into, fixing the problem rather than avoiding something. And that means basically fixing those systems, whether the enzymatic processes or genes being turned off or whatever, that basically then get things to work properly. So, yeah, that's why I don't really subscribe to that stuff. It's, I view it as pseudo stuff that doesn't really fix problems. It just sort of masks or band-aids solutions. Take that away, because, I've had many people that were so-called lactose intolerant. They're not anymore. They did all the protocols that I talk about, the B vitamins and the lactobacillus and all these sort of stuff, and did the Dietary thing. I got a Mr. Baby guy. Hello Kitty knows him. He's a young bloke, Hong Kong Chinese, so not European. He drinks milk now, when he was lactose intolerant. So, yeah, I've heard it all from these people. But they don't have any solutions. They just keep on regurgitating the same old whatever. Nice way to describe it. Do you give a bit of a caress under the rib cage? A nice one, Mick. Nope. Ah, yes, nothing like animal fats. Yummy. That was the thing that actually caught you up. Why is it showing like a square there? I'm curious. Where is it? I must be going past it all the time. Why am I passing it? Ah, here it is. Ah, it's a crying thing. But it actually shows it as a square. Okay. I wonder why that does it. Maybe YouTube can't handle it, or maybe translation across it bugs up with StreamYard for whatever reason. Interesting. Oh, there you go. Just learned something about StreamYard not being able to handle certain emojis or whatever. Interesting. Good some time to myself. Yes, YouTube does that to me as well. It gives me the sneezes. It's basically the dust coming off there. I forgot to dust this. It's just full of basically dust, and I'm not going to blow in it now because I'm actually breathing. Anyway, it's this spitter on the thing to protect the mic or whatever. But it's full of dust, really dusty. Anyway, I only got myself to blame for not de-dusting it. I get the same problem at work. I've got a little fan because I sweat in winter. I know when I power walk because I've got those jeans, those hypothermia type jeans, and I'll get to work after I power walk and I'll basically be sweating. I'll turn on my fan and I sometimes forget that I haven't actually over the weekend de-dusted the back part or whatever, and it sucks through a lot of dust, and then I get all this sneezing and all that sort of stuff. I'm very sensitive to dust. I've noticed that. I've been for years, so it's nothing new. But it's annoying. But that reminds me, I need to take my duster to work tomorrow. So I need to pack that into my backpack and take it with me tomorrow. Because I was supposed to do that last week and I still forgot. And there's probably more accumulated. We are all here to help. Yeah, thanks, Tracy, for stepping in. And I'm not sure what happened, but I possibly got booted to the YouTube main page for being too provocative with those emojis. Probably. YouTube's a bit like that. They just like to be, well, you are provocative, agent provocateur, so you provoked them to take action against you. Cheers, Harry. Just noting my bloods were done early on after about a month into red meat based back in May. Literally couldn't score a follow-up appointment until this week. Fair enough. Dave Feldman also has that little protocol where you really up your saturates and stuff like that, and it'll actually will lower the sort of the cholesterol code, as it's called. A bit of a hack to make your lipids look better, especially if you need it for purposes of for insurance companies or whatever. So that's an option for people in our community, but throughout the whole low carb sort of community for those sort of things. Is taurine lab industrially made? Pretty much. It depends on the quality and depends on the type and all that. It's a couple of different ways. There are cheaper ways and there are a bit more expensive ways that use less chemicals. The company that I usually recommend, which is the one on iHerb, they actually have a better product. And most people that use that product, you just think of it. It's very hard to get taurine. The highest sources are seafood, not enough seafood to basically provide a supplemental industry. So it has to be a factory. It's all factory based, just it is, But it really has to do with the production process and the quality and stuff like that. So you got to look. The Freeform one, the one that I talk about, is on iHerb, is the one that actually is the better one to use. Some of the others, I haven't really looked into them thoroughly to be able to recommend them to anyone. So, and many of the other ones are basically, a lot of the bodybuilding stuff is very poor quality out of China. I wouldn't touch that, and tends to be basically also have other binders and fillers. Yeah, we don't want that. We just want just taurine in a free form, the way it is in animal foods, in a free form, amino acid as a sulfonic acid. And, that's how we want it. We do not want it in any other way in that regard. And I noticed Tracy put the formula of taurine up there as well. Just so we all get the get to see it. And there you go. That's what it looks like. Hydrogen 2, nitrogen, oxygen's there. For those who want their biochemistry explained. Yes. I think we can get rid of that. So, yeah, it depends on the companies who's producing it, and some stuff like that. You know, I don't. You know, look, there may be companies out there producing it directly from maybe eggs or stuff like that. There may be. I don't know. In that regard, so there's a possibility. So, but you got to look into sort of the quality stuff and all that. You know, so anyway, the sort of stuff that you'd find in energy drinks and stuff like that. Obviously, it's got a lot of caffeine, and it does have a lot of taurine, and it's to amplify I've done a video on that, amplify the caffeine effect. So it's not a good source at all. Plus, it tends to be a low quality source. You know, because it's a mass produced product in that regard. So, you know, anyway. So if you're looking for trying to think manufacturers now. So there are US manufacturers, there are Chinese manufacturers. I believe there's some manufacturers in Germany. I think that's the only European country that actually does them. I think the Germans are fairly good. Their products. The Americans would be pretty good, but it's a mixed bag in America. In that regard. Funny. Just put the one that it's actually out at the moment. Some people have been buying it quite a bit, which means it's not available at the moment on. It is it may be available on. So that's the one that is the only one that I basically. This is the one that I get, and everyone else gets. It's in as a free form amino acids, sulfonic acid, and it's got nothing else. Zero. Nothing, absolutely nothing else. Very, very important. Unflavored, nothing else, just plain old taurine. And this company was set up by a couple of vegetarians years ago. So it's gone on and changed. There are other partners and owners in the business now. But back then, when these products were set up, it's just basically pure powder with no other stuff whatsoever in there. So doesn't have any of these things, no preservatives, no nothing. So guarantee that no ingredients other than the listed, which is basically just the taurine, basically. And that's why I like this brand. And people have, like Alex from the Netherlands, he's actually tried a couple of different brands, like I did as well. And he confirmed what I actually found is that this brand works better. He noticed it because he had, sort of those sort of digestive related issues and stuff like that. And he noticed a lot of difference between specifically that. When he tried the others, they didn't work as well as this product. And so that is pretty much it. Anyway, that's me with my stream so I can actually see your questions popping up. Anyway, g'day Bjorn. And Bojan, there is no virus evidence. Search Dr. Sam Bailey on Odyssey. It does exist, mate. It does exist. It was actually sequenced. I actually have seen it was actually sequenced by an Australian group, which was the first group that actually sequenced it. But and they basically imaged it and all that sort of stuff with an electron microscope and all that. But have they done the full genetics of it? No, they only did part of it. The spike and stuff like that, and most of that information, that's what was used to then create some of the vaccines and stuff like that based on that research, that initial research. So that's how it sort of worked. The problem is they used it not to create a traditional vaccine like your flu vaccines in deactivating a live virus. Well, live in the sense viruses are either live or in an activated form to a deactivated form, to be more precise, to use the right terminology. But they used an inappropriate technology, mRNA and viral vector, which was used in oncology. I've done videos about it that really cause a lot of health problems. So, yes, and we don't need them. We basically don't need them. A lot of people are being forced to take them to hold on their jobs or whatever. But, like stuff like that, if you maintain a good immune system, vitamin D, species appropriate diet, good taurine levels, which will protect you from immunosenescence, which this little culprit tends to cause a bit more than some of the other culprits. You won't have any problems whatsoever. But look, I've heard a lot of people arguing different things, but I've done my own research. I don't go on what people say. I don't care what people say. I do my own research, and I can confirm that based on my research, I've seen the imaging stuff, some of the sequences of the spike and stuff like that, some of the other information, and some of that research was the first place out, excluding China, was basically Australia. So the thing is, whether it's originated in a lab or not, that I have no idea either. So there are some things that make me suspicious that it may have been a lab job nowadays. And initially I was, on the fence. Now I'm a bit on the other side, but I'm not even 100% either, because I just don't know. We may never know. But at the end of the day, it's irrelevant in a sense. Seems to give me stomach pain, more recently acid reflux. Going to try eating more fish and steak, perhaps. Do that. There may be other issues to it. It can be a problem. Sometimes you have to wait, but it is the one that actually seems to do more of the magic than the other brands. I've tried a number of other brands, and this one, this is more like the real stuff that you get in an organism. So the stuff that you get in the meat and the stuff that you get in the fish is in a free form, And it seems to basically the structure is much closer to the actual real stuff. I think some of the other producers don't have the same sort of quality production, if you want to call it that thing, and don't seem to work in the same. You could say this seems to work more closer to the natural form that you would get from animal foods. That's the reason why I sort of recommend it. I don't recommend any other taurine product other than this, for those specific reasons. But it's a hassle getting it. Sometimes you have to go checking to try and see if you can find it on eBay, or trying to find it. And sometimes they're a bit on the pricey side on eBay. So I usually don't recommend that as the best place. iHerb and Amazon are the only two places. But if you're in America, then there's always the option of Walmart. So I don't know whether Walmart, I think in Britain there may be some Walmarts. They may have it as well. You can check and find out or call them, but I'm not sure. I think somebody said, but I could be wrong about that, about the British one. So yeah, do check that out. Yeah, look, it's a hassle. Look, I just showed you the site and it's not available. And I'm waiting for it as well, because I'm basically down to a third of my container at work. And so it's probably going to last me for it'll last me for some time, but when I get to a third, I want to order, because I want to get it in. This time I'm just going to order a bit extra when it gets in. So I popularized it so much, I'm causing my own self supply issues, so to speak. So, yeah. So if you can see the funny side of that, I don't. I've only got myself to blame, as Hello Kitty says. You promote certain things that you buy for far too much, and then you can't get it yourself. Yes, I know. But I am trying to help people anyway. Yes, yeah, that's one. Thanks, NTL. Yeah, that was a really good one. It really clears up a lot of, I was going to do a video, and then Pim, asked me, can we really do a video? Because she knew I'd talked about it. He said, can we really do a video on my channel? I said, okay, I won't bother doing one on mine. I'll just do it and I'll put it in the playlist. So, so I did it on hers. Doesn't matter. For me, it's more getting the information out. I collaborate with Pim, with Bart, with these people, because I consider them close friends. We see the world in very similar ways, so that's why. And they are people that think in scientific terms, and they're not sort of like with blinkers. They're willing to consider other things and stuff like that. We had some differences on PUFA, animal PUFA, for a while, and I was able to convince him. I did a whole lot of videos on it, able to convince Bart. He was even though he consumed pork and stuff like that, he was a bit he wasn't sure about that sort of stuff. And then I showed him the evidence, and he was convinced. And so, I mean, when you can cook something for 3 hours and get trace amounts, and there's no difference between that and other animal foods, you can't argue the point anymore about PUFA being a problem from animal foods. It's usually from seed oils, from plant sources, that is the problem. But there's a lot of things that I learned from him, especially the Randall cycle, a better understanding, and certain things about physiology. He's done a lot of stuff. He's a researcher. Some of his first advanced degrees, academic degrees as a professor, were in sports physiology. He actually also was involved with the All Blacks, which is a rugby team. It's the national rugby team in New Zealand, and the Special Forces as well in Australia and New Zealand, with physiology stuff and nutrition and a whole lot of other things for them. So he's a cluey man. He knows his stuff. So I found that we were like-minded on many things, and we thought along similar pathways. It's the reason why I gravitated towards Barkay and Pim as well. So for the same reasons. So that's why we have very close collaboration between ourselves, a bit of a close circle. So, yes. Anyway. So, yes, if you haven't subscribed to them, they're in my featured channels. Please subscribe to all their channels because they need support and they are really good people. So you should support them. And their information is gold as well. So please support them. Waiting eagerly for my 23andMe results. Should be available later this month. Yeah, look, yeah, it takes time to basically, from the moment you spit in the thing and yeah, all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? See you, mate. He's already gone, but anyway, he will watch the rest of it and know that what I said. Anyway, can toothpaste raise insulin, Harry? Toothpaste, that's an interesting one. I don't know. You said a lot of factors like pollution, mold can affect your insulin as well. Yes, they can. They can raise hydrocarbons. Now, obviously, if there is hydrocarbons in the toothpaste, yes. The fluoride won't do it, but if there's hydrocarbons in it, depends what's in the toothpaste. So it really comes down to that. I mean, I've got one. I use a toothpaste which doesn't have any hydrocarbons, doesn't have so no hydrocarbons, and none of the other sort of. It doesn't have fluoride either. So yeah, but the general stuff out there, oh god, you know, the last time I actually looked at a toothpaste label has been a long time because I've been using non-general commercial stuff. So I couldn't actually tell you. But if it's got hydrocarbons of any sort in the actual toothpaste mix, it probably has, but it's going to be so little, the insulin effect, it's going to be so minor, it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be really concerned about it. We're talking about when we're talking about pollutants, we're talking about a certain concentration gradient, a certain level of pollutants. Like mold, you can have a lot of mold and you can get a lot of mold growth inside you. Yes, that can actually have then a negative effect and problem with weight loss and all sorts of things, you know, because it really mucks up with your mitochondria and all sorts of things. So yeah, that can be a problem. Certain pollutants, like if you're in a heavy polluted sort of environment, yes. If you're basically like exhausts, like in the morning you're walking in a street and sort of breathing heavily, if you're actually power walking like I do, I'm probably breathing in some of these hydrocarbons and things, pollutants in the environment, and probably am raising insulin in the morning. Luckily, it's not by a lot, and luckily at the same time, I'm in a ketotic state and using free fatty acids. So even if I do raise it a bit and blunts slightly my gluconeogenesis by lowering a bit my blood glucose, I did notice once that it dramatically dropped down to 3.6 millimoles after having gone out on a day where I was in the city and all that, and then came back and I was in a fasted state and my ketones were much higher. So, you know, as a consequence, free fatty acids were compensating. So I didn't have any deleterious effects in that regard, but it probably did raise slightly and maybe have had an inhibiting effect. And I did notice that overseas as well, in a place, Southeast Asia, where there was a lot of traffic as well. And I did some tests because I'd taken my kit with me. So yeah, it definitely does different amounts. But obviously I don't have an insulin meter or anything like that. It'd be great if something became affordable where you could actually do tests like that. We don't have that sort of stuff. But yes, but I wouldn't get too concerned with toothpaste in that regard. The amount of particulates in that, of things that could cause a problem, would be so minute, wouldn't be an issue. But yeah, the other things have got a much higher concentration and they can be an issue. Could it be that Could it be that you flew over some questions right before that super chat, Harry? Probably. Who knows? Maybe the world decided to take YouTube decided to take revenge. I did cover, there was only 2, I believe, or 1. Yeah, it was mix. There was no other. Yeah, I did actually do mix. So overlipoma on the base of my neck. Ultrasound says it's right in the muscle. Having MRI to look for cancer next. Do you think I should stop lifting weights and stick to strict carnivore? For the time being, it'd probably be a precautionary thing, Elizabeth. Also, check out my cancer. I do have a playlist on cancer. So go through that and really check it out thoroughly in that regard, because there's a lot of things, in there that very important information that you should know about. I've had a number of people that have looked at that information and done some of that stuff, including the Synalytics and many other things, and have seen complete remissions and improvements. And they are doing a number of those things. So do check out. I should have a video, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, that will sort of elucidate my new hypothesis, which is very much based sound. It's come out of sound research that basically other people have done in a reductionist way and have missed the obvious, so to speak. So that will also be added to that playlist when it's done. So yeah, good luck with it. Yeah, but I'd stick to a strict carnivore. I'd up my taurine up to, minimum 10 grams per day, split it up a bit, so you're not taking the whole amount in one hit. I used to do that, but yeah, I don't recommend it to people, because I like to play it safe in a sense with other people. I knew what I was doing, and I could notice if I were any sort of funny symptoms, I could deal with it. So that's the only reason, because there are people with certain genetics as well in sulfur accumulation and stuff like that. Just keep an eye on that sort of stuff as well. I don't know your genetics, so it's hard to basically say. My urine is sometimes foamy, but I don't think I'm dumping oxalates. How do you know? Never really ate much greens in my life. Fair enough. You ate potatoes, didn't you? Chips, potatoes. If you ate fish and chips and a lot of potatoes, you probably got oxalate as well, because potatoes have got to oxalate quite a lot in that regard. Chocolate has a lot of oxalate as well. So there are other things that people on a standard diet can also get, but they tend to get lower amounts because more refined stuff tends to have lower, in a sense. So, but it can be other factors as well that can cause foaminess as well. Can be an issue of something like an infection can cause. So a bladder infection, any urinary type infection can cause some foaminess. So where have you been sticking it? Anyway, let's move on before I upset too many people. Well, where have they been sticking it? There, I said it again. Can't help myself. Carnival nearly 2 years, but I sometimes ruin it with alcohol. Yeah, mine's called gin and vodka. They're very good friends, but I try to minimize them to the bare minimum as it's on the occasion. I did it about, what was it, a couple of weeks back. I didn't have a lot. It was about 2 drinks, but yeah. Basically. It's friends that I occasionally have a drink with. Uh, not a problem. See you, Alex. Llama, where have you been hiding? You're not using that German stuff. Oh, you've sustained a trauma. We're not talking about psychological traumas here, or we're talking about physical, potentially. There is some epidemiological evidence in that direction, like viruses that can cause some of these problems and all that. But the jury's still, there's question marks on that hypothesis. But there is the other one that they call psychological, and I don't really buy that one. My dad had gallstones and diagnosed with hypothyroidism. He's scared of milk because of the calcium. Is that a real concern? No, it's not. Definitely not. So, yeah, look, it's probably not getting enough taurine, not eating enough meat. People with hypothyroidism, like, with Hashimoto's thyroiditis, and Lukey had that, leukemia, which is an autoimmune case for him. With standard hypothyroidism, it can be nutrients like selenium, that iodine and stuff like that. So you get an iodinized salt, you start eating a couple of eggs, which are a good source of both iodine and selenium, and it sort of corrects itself in a sense. Eating a bit more animal foods sort of sorts it out in that regard. But yeah, sort of dairy is pretty good because, yes, you get calcium, but at the same time, also from the dairy products, you get menaquinone you get the menaquinones, the K2 stuff as well from dairy, which sort of directs the stuff in the right place in that regard. So I don't see why people should be too concerned. 2 glasses of milk will only give you about 50 grams. If you're keeping it clean, you still can be in ketosis technically. Obviously, your dad's probably on a mixed diet. Most people that are on a mixed diet, standard diets and stuff like that, are the people that mainly have a lot of these hypothyroid or hyperthyroid diseases. There are derangements of the endocrine system because of the way they eat, pushing growth pathways, damaging their mitochondria, doing all sorts of things. So these are the things that I discuss all the time on this channel. If you look at more of my videos, you'll understand what I mean. But yeah, Lukey basically went on an animal-based diet, consumed dairy, milk, and basically upped his vitamin D levels and pretty much sorted everything out. Because a lot of the other foods will be a lot of B vitamins and stuff like that, and the minerals that you need to support the thyroid function, and the fat-soluble vitamins. All those things, in small amounts are required. The big ones are the selenium and iodine in terms of importance, but there are other things. Taurine plays a regulatory role within the thyroid, and vitamin D is a very important nutrient for the thyroid as well. But unfortunately, people most days eat a very poor nutrient diet, plus avoid the sun, usually have deficiencies in vitamin D. And most research, there is ample, thousands and thousands upon studies showing actual relationships between vitamin D and autoimmunity. So most people that have got autoimmunity have got low vitamin D status. Some can have what they call normal, which I call subclinically low, which is the 30 nanograms. I consider that low. They think that's normal. I don't. I think if you're not over 40 nanograms, as far as I'm concerned, you are either insufficient or deficient, one of the two. So, and unless Lukey had to get it up to 80, I told him, you need to get it up to 80 nanograms. I made that point quite clear to him. I said, you want to switch off a whole lot of genes, activate a whole lot of genes to turn them off, this is the only way. You need to get your levels right up. You need to clean up your diet and get your vitamin D up to, the sort of 80 nanograms per litre. And you will fix that problem. And he actually did. He got it right up. I think it was 83 or whatever. He got it slightly over 80, kept to the diet, of basically like the Maasai, meat and dairy, drinking milk. He got raw milk he found someplace. And he did that, and everything sorted itself out. He was shocked. So anyway, unfortunately, it's going to be hard for you to convince your dad to do a number of these things, especially when there's been so much brainwashing over years and years. We all suffered it. I mean, we all were convinced about a lot of things. I mean, I used to do a lot of seed oils, again, great brainwashing that was done on me as well. So, yeah, we're all, been there with a lot of these things. Unfortunately, we got duped. Harry, high plants, oxalates, high sugar, deuterium, high seed oils, oxidized. Nothing is free lunch. Everyone pays. Yes, exactly. Very, very much. That's the reality. None of us have been a species appropriate for all our lives, and we pay. And not only we pay, it takes a while to fix these. Sometimes, for me to reverse a lot of things that I did, 12 odd years to get discharged after 12 years from a cardiologist. They'd done the tests and seen, well, you got no fibrosis anymore, and usually the fibrosis gets worse. Sometimes people have a second heart attack because the things that they recommend, seed oils and other crap and stuff like that, don't eat animal fats and all that, they just get worse because that's the normal prognosis. You're not supposed to heal. I'm the odd one out, As my cardiologist said, I've never discharged someone. This is new for me. Exactly. It was new for him. I'm glad that I did get discharged. It's, means I'm doing something right. 45 to 70 increase in meat prices is what I experience here in Germany. Bloody hell. Let alone you guys are going to be quite, let's say, I hope you've got very good clothing for winter, my dear llama. I hope, yes. That fur coat won't do it. Probably one upside, if you can find a very nice, attractive German lady to sort of hug, to keep her and you warm, that could be beneficial. But I can tell you that basically you guys are going to freeze your butts off up there, especially if Nord Stream 1 doesn't get turned on. Have you noticed actually how Putin's saying, we can't validate the Nord Stream 2 device, so you need to turn on Nord Stream 1, which they had sanctions on. It's basically blackmail. Turn it on, or basically we'll turn everything off and you guys will freeze. That's the message coming. Yes, it's going to be interesting what, I don't think this government's going to last very long if they don't do something radical against their own policies. So, yes, it's going to be very interesting what will happen over there. Yes, we do. Both of us. Yes, we do. Definitely support our local farmers. They make good products. Our farmers market people are still on their old prices, which is very good. And also, yeah, they don't cut the fat off like the supermarkets do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those guys are pretty good. They keep all the fat on, and even the beef. I mean, look at the beef bacon. I'll just show you guys. It's just. just so you don't think I'm kidding, that's the beef bacon. Look at all that fat there. You know, they leave all the fat on. You go to the supermarket and they trim the damn stuff. You know, that is really nice stuff. Yummy. It's ridiculous what they do in supermarkets. It's criminal. So yeah, I still get my regular bacon. Don't you know, the nitrate-free stuff that we get from, which is down from Signet Farmers. So, well, it's the Signet butcher that basically provides it to the IGA stores. So yeah. So, which is really great. Nice stuff. That's also got really nice fatty profile on it as well. Yeah, but supermarkets, you know, I turned up once, and for some damn reason, I used to get a certain type of pork chops, and then they decided in their own wisdom to literally cut off all the fat. I turn up, there was no fat on it, and I go, what? So I had to go to the IGA store and find some, you know, they changed it. And a number of people, because the people that were going there and purchasing it was myself. It was because it was in the city, and there was some other people like Chinese and certain other people that were buying it. Now what? They shot themselves in the foot. It's nearly 9. I have to drink my coffee. I usually metabolize quite fast, but got the leftover with a lot of creamy stuff sticking on my throat. Yes, so definitely. Lucky not in Sri Lanka. Wife family is from there. Yeah, can be a problem. There are totally, yeah. I can't even say that word on YouTube. You know what it's like. Bloody damn, yeah, the politicians, yeah. But that ain't. That's a rant for another day. Yeah, precisely. It's criminal what these. We've got the Soros, you know, George Soros and many other groups like that are promoting this nonsense, and the Davos people and all that. And the reality is some of these governments that have gone through the indoctrination of these people are basically promoting this nonsense. They were food secure as a nation. They actually produced a lot of their own stuff, and the farmers and stuff like that. And what do? They basically completely and utterly upended the entire traditional systems there. And they're trying to do it now in places like the Netherlands. You know, we're in the middle of a food and energy crisis. And what are they trying to do? One of the biggest exporters of food and very efficient farm producing families in the Netherlands are being absolutely destroyed. How can a government be that crazy? Well, Sri Lanka, they did it. You know, now they're doing it in, you know, just because it happens anywhere. These politicians have been indoctrinated by the Davos groups in Sri Lanka, exactly like the ones in the Netherlands, exactly like the other lunatic in Canada. And these people are basically putting forward this agenda, and they are upending, you know, a lot of societies. So, and now they're going for broke. Have you noticed? How crazy can you be? How crazy can you be? Is all I can say about these people. Obviously, you know, look, I put a video earlier today, which is about, you know, about oil, how much oil in the future and stuff like that. There's some theories about other ways in non-organic type sources of oil, hydrocarbons under high pressure, deep in this, in underground that actually can actually be produced. The planet can produce oil from non-organic sources. There's a bit of controversy about that. The Russians have written a lot of stuff about that, and actually have demonstrated that within, and also even in they talk about the stuff that is in similar type of rock formations that you can't have organic life producing it. They found oil in those formations in Vietnam, so it definitely seems to be happening. Obviously, not everybody's convinced about that. In that regard. Yep. Thanks, Tracy, for putting up the cancer playlist. Yep. Good. Thank you. I just noticed that. So people that haven't seen that, please check it out. Yeah. So less mozzies around. Yes, and that character as well. Yeah, in the Netherlands. He's been involved in Sri Lanka as well, and in the Netherlands. Yes, he gets around. Yes, nefarious character. Don't like me in Finland. Land of thousand lakes. Either everyone had to wear a protection. I had no problems with it. I think it was to do with the B2 levels in the blood. Yeah, there's something about that. But B vitamins seem to be involved, and B vitamins tend to be highest in animal foods. But it's obviously there are enzymes that the B vitamins are cofactors to, that are playing that role. So, and it seems that when you have an animal-based diet, there is more transcription of these enzymes and seem to mitigate. But I don't know whether it's just these or whether it's also some sort of chemistry that's actually being, sort of signaling out there to these things. Do not approach this body. So it's still unclear, What's Tracy got there? She's got another. Okay, testing vitamin B as a remedy against mosquitoes. Okay. I have not seen this piece of research. Interesting. Okay, when was this done? 2005. Okay. Thanks, Tracy. I'll check it out. I will definitely check. I've seen other videos, other research on B vitamins and even on riboflavin in particular. That's why I talked about riboflavin, because involved in the methylation as well, and supports a number of other enzymes that seem to be involved with allergies and stuff like that, and a whole lot of other things. So they're talking about testing vitamin B. It must be the complex. Is that the complex? Anyway, I'll look into it. Interesting. Yes. But again, animal-based diets, but it is, as I said, I'm not convinced it's just, you can take a supplement of a B vitamins and that's going to fix it. I think that is a bit more involved. These are cofactors, like vitamin D. You can throw vitamin D in, but it's, you still have to have enough protein in there to produce the enzymes, because there's a certain level of protein you're required to build tissue, to rebuild, repair, and to also produce the different peptides and different, peptides are basically just a string of small amino acids, quite a few short strings of amino acids, and they can actually be structured in a certain way to do certain things in the body. So, or certain enzymes and stuff like that. And then these things can then, once you get enough protein in animal food, then they can actually act as cofactors once these get transcripted. So in the endoplasmic reticulum where they get transcripted. So once that happens, obviously, these things will be useful. They don't work alone, so to speak. That's reductionism. But yes, I think the animal-based diet takes it to the next level beyond just the micronutrients. Yeah, I know, I can't run away. Did I make that too obvious? Really hard to know with B vitamins. Yeah, really hard to know the exact sort of. If you eat enough meat, you'll get enough of the B vitamins. Believe me. So if you eat enough, I mean, a big glass of milk will give you nearly all the B2 you need for the whole day. So that makes it like a 16-ounce glass of milk. Just 100 grams of 100 grams basically, which is 3.53 ounces of meat in many cases will give you a large part of most of your again B2. So we eat far more than that. So I mean it's impossible to be deficient on a carnivore diet when it comes to a lot of the B vitamins, in that we anyway, thank you for that. Yeah, that's the increasing omega-3 levels in meats from ruminants under pasture-based systems. Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, so, I mean, let me just find that. And let me share my screen. Oops, just give me a sec. And of course here, increase it so it's obvious. Okay. She provides just a bit of information, general information, riboflavin, essential vitamin required for proper energy metabolism, a wide variety of cellular process. Deficiency of riboflavin can lead to cracking and redding of lips, inflammation of the mouth ulcers, sore throat, and even iron deficiency anemia. And there you go. List of foods. 100 grams, you're basically getting that. 6 ounces, you're getting 112% from beef. So I know that I don't eat 6 ounces of beef, which is 170 grams. And you don't even need that amount. So 152 grams to get your daily amount. Nobody eats 100 in the carnivore community, 152 grams. In the general community, more than likely per day. And if we divide that by 28.333333333333, we get about 5.5 1/3 ounce of steak will give you 100%. So it doesn't take much. That's just fortified stuff. It's crap. And the bioavailability issues are there as well. A glass of milk, pasteurized milk, these low-fat stuff, is much lower. Full cream will give you 100%, a 16 ounce. There's a difference there. You know, cup of yogurt, give you half. 2 cups of yogurt will give you nearly your daily dose, so to speak. With salmon, you have to consume a bit more. Pork, again, 3 times that, so get about 500 grams to get the amount of riboflavin. Now you understand, because I've got an MTHFR issue, and I love pork, I do consume a glass of milk every day. That's the reason for my riboflavin. So I get, so because I usually, if I'm going to have any pork, I'm usually having about 450 to 500 grams, let's say, for the lowest part, to give you an idea, times 21%. It's 94.5%. I've nearly got the entire glass of milk that, and I usually have a smaller glass, an 8 ounce and all that. Even if I was to have the other stuff, which is 69%, let's say 70, 35%, I'm 130% nearly. So you can see it's not difficult on an animal-based diet to get. Plant-based, very low. You need to eat very much. And the bioavailability, unfortunately, when it comes to almonds and all the oxalates, very heavy in oxalates, not a good source. Avocados, pretty low. Eggs are very good as well. As you can see here, 2 eggs, 39%. I have 4 to 6 eggs a day. So having 4 to 6 eggs a day, I do love. I get my packs. I get 30 packs, 30 eggs in a pack. So as an example, 100 is 2. So 20%. So basically 6 times 20, just from the eggs that I consume, I'm either getting 80% or 120% of my requirements for day. So if I have 4 eggs only, that's excluding the milk. That's excluding, as I said, when I calculated last time, in I can vary if I'm on basically eating pork, milk, and eggs, I'll do about 200. If I'm eating beef or lamb or whatever, I'll end up in the 300 to 400%. So on a carnivore diet, it's nearly impossible to basically be deficient. As you can see, the majority ignore all this nonsense, fortified stuff. We're talking about real food here. It's pretty much the animal-based foods. And eggs, a couple of eggs solves that problem as well. So you can see the differences are obvious when we look at all these sort of things under the food lists, and it's got all the links. She used to have on this one choline. You have to do a search on it now. So you have to basically an old page which she no longer promotes for whatever reason. I don't know why, but you have to do a search on. So some of her old pages, I don't know why she's done that. That's her choice. As you can see with choline, you got to eat a bit of meat to get your choline up. So, as an example, but eggs, fantastic. Look, just 2 eggs. 2 eggs, you got, 4 eggs, and you got 100% of choline, which is 550 milligrams. That's for an adult male. Women require slightly less, so that's the maximum. With the amount I get from the meat and all that, I nearly get a gram or whatever. So, oops. Okay, thiamine. Pork, one of the best sources of thiamine. As you can see, 6 ounces, you nearly got 100%. Pork's really good for thiamine. But remember, on a carnivore diet, you're not supporting both pathways, energy pathways, so you only need 50%. This is the recommended for somebody on a mixed diet who are eating carbohydrates. We don't consume carbohydrates, so we only need half of that. So 3 ounces of basically pork will give us all we need as a carnivore. So when it comes to thiamine, half. Bloody hell. Need to de-dust. Tuna is one of my favorite. I love tuna. So 6 ounces, nearly 40%. As you can see here, flax. But remember, this is bound in such a way, you're not going to get access to it. Forget it. But when you're looking at navy beans, when you soften them and all that, you're not going to get much. You need to basically consume about, we're talking about quite a lot to get. That's 5 times. It's half a kilo. Let's say you're going to be distended, and you're not even going to get most of it because of the way the anti-nutrients are that you don't get enough. So, but see, mussels, really good source. But here, salmon, pork, and now you know why pork's very popular with me. But remember, we do not need the big amounts. You can still get, and she goes for the major ones in this sort of list, and then you can go here where it says not that one. Which here. When she goes in the food ranking, so food's high in thiamine, and then you can go into different categories. So you go 100 grams, the highest, the common, stick to the common. You can add some of the standard ones that has processed foods as well, which are fortified. So I tend not to turn that on. And so you can see whey is pretty good. Whey is pretty good. Certain types of cheeses, feta cheese, egg, dried eggs, hard-boiled eggs, about 6%. So if you're trying to get up to, let's say you're having 6 eggs, 6%, that's 36%. And then you go for meat. Obviously, the salamis, there's 100 grams is, remember, 100 grams is 3.53 ounces, just for those on the non-metric. As you can see, all the pork-related stuff is all high, obviously. So you have to go quite some way down before you get to things like, lamb livers and stuff like that. And then you go further down, pepperoni, you know, so buffalo, beef liver, primary rib steak. So there you got 5%. So if you're having about 36%, you're having about 5. And this is sorry, this is the RDI, and we know that basically there is, in a carnivore diet, you don't burn through as much like carbohydrates do. So even the half is, you know, it's still related to science that was basically recommendations based on a carbohydrate diet that overuses overuses thiamine. But even here, let's say, you know, you have we'll go for a 16 ounce, which is 453 grams. Divide that by 100, times that by 5%. That's 22 plus 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3 eggs, 4 eggs, 5 eggs. So a steak, 16-ounce steak, and 5 eggs, and you've got all the thiamine you need for the day, you know, and that you could do in one meal very easily. So, and if you had some, you know, in particular, if you had some basically bacon every day, bacon and eggs or something like that as your first meal, like a lot of people do have, and then they'll have a steak later on, yeah, you'll get more than enough in that regard. It's just that people say, well, you know, well, what? You know, you will get enough. Certain foods you can prioritize, add additional to basically try and get a bit higher in that regard. You know, B3. So, and she's got information here, niacin, because that's what we're talking about. Required for processing fat in the body, lowering cholesterol levels, and regulating blood sugar levels. Well, unless you're a hyper responder, that's a different thing. Deficiency in niacin leads to plague, a condition characterized by diarrhea, dermatitis, dementia, inflammation of the mouth, amnesia, delirium, and if left untreated, death. Even the slight deficiency in niacin can lead to irritability, poor concentration, anxiety, fatigue, restlessness, restless legs, apathy, and depression. And just 100. That's tuna, yellowfin, which is the one that I like the most. Basically, just 100, which is, you don't even need that much. You get more than to support energy, NAD. You know, everybody's going out and buying supplements from David Sinclair. Just eat some animal foods. You'll get it. You don't need David Sinclair and his, you know, carb addictions and, you know, he's fasting mimicking diets from his Londo mate and all the other nonsense, and metformin with all its side effects that causes deficiencies also in thiamine and in some of these other things. Say no more. Chicken, you know, chicken you sort of have to have like 6 ounces to get 100%. You know, pork, you have to have a bit more. Beef, a bit more. So about 300 grams. So, oops. So for beef, 35 times 100, so about 286 grams, which translates to 10 ounces. It's a bit over 10 ounces in order to basically get all your niacin requirements. As you see, when you look at the animal foods where all these other things, like 16%, you got to consume quite a lot of these things that are going to cause you a lot of distension, avocados, sweet potatoes, 6% in 100. God, you got to eat kilos of it. As you can see, again, animal foods are at the top for most of these things. And we need less on our diet because as cofactors, because carbohydrates use more of these B vitamins and stuff like that. And remember, detoxification pathways require more B vitamins. So when you drink alcohol, remember what I recommend? Usually take 2 B vitamins before and after because you get depleted. Carbohydrates, alcohol are the things that deplete B vitamins. So an animal-based diet does not require the same. These are RDIs based on people eating inappropriate modern foods. We require far less, but still our diet gives us more than them, We can go through all this, one after the other, and you can see again, salmon, chicken breasts. They're 400. If you get 400 grams, we're talking about 16 ounces, or probably about 13 ounces of steak. You'll get enough. Again, most of the animal foods are the ones that are dominating here. Milk is pretty good as well. 36% from a 16-ounce glass. Again, it's pantothenic acid, and that does store a bit. So B6, which is really important in the methylation stuff as well. Again, salmon right at the top. Chicken breasts nearly at the top at 6 ounces. So, and just for the other people, it's 170. .33333 you divide. So 6 ounces, think 170 grams. So that's nearly there. It's fortified. Basically, you need to sort of double that. 12 ounces. And it's the same sort of thing with beef and pork. So pretty much animal foods always do better. And you'll see this, I'll come back to folate. B12 definitely dominate. Clams are the highest. I mean, they just are off the show, 100, 4,000%. You could actually, talk about a boost to your B vitamins. You only have to have 1 clam a day as a treat. Tuna is very high as well, as you can see. 6 ounces, 771%. It's impossible to be deficient in B12 eating an animal-based diet. Steaks again, 6 ounces, 100 grams, 300%. You're basically looking at like 1 ounce to basically get your nearly 1 ounce to get your basically slightly over, a bit over 1 ounce to basically get your daily amount. So it's impossible to, and the rest of it's all fortified crap. Cheese is a pretty good source as well. Eggs are a pretty good source as well. Like 4 eggs pretty much nearly gives you 100%. So animal foods are going to dominate here as well. And the other stuff is just fortified stuff, fortified tofu, fortified soy. It's just fortified crap, fortified cereal. I mean, please, can we just have real food that we know is very bioavailable and works really well? Octopus again, look at the levels. It wasn't in that list. Again, squid is really high. Fish, mackerel, mussels, off the chart. King crab. So when you're looking at some of the seafood is just off the chart when it comes to B12. If you have seafood a couple of times, once a week or twice a week, you're going to get absolutely a mountain of, if you end up B12 deficient, there's something wrong. There's something really, really wrong in that regard. And, why did I do that? Oh, that's right. I wanted to get to the top. And we're not going to bother with the other stuff because the other stuff is the sun. We don't need much of that. And we don't need much of that because it gets recycled by glutathione as long as you're in a low carb state. Now, the folate, which everybody talks about in that regard, obviously here the plants are going to do much better. That should be telling you something, that we don't need as much. Remember, there's a pathway from methionine to choline to folate. So if you're getting enough choline or methionine, you can produce endogenously more folate. So you don't really need to eat it. And also even in a lower folate state, if you actually have more riboflavin, you'll upregulate that MTHFR genetic pathway, so to speak. Oops. But if people want to check specific foods like meats and stuff like that, the type of things, obviously it's going to be the livers is going to be the highest in this thing. Lamb is pretty good as well. And remember, you need far less compared to somebody on a standard diet as well. Less than probably a third. So if you're having a big steak, like a big lamb steak or stuff like that, you're going to get pretty good percentages. As long as you're getting around the 33% or whatever, you're fine, because the rest will be endogenously produced, so you don't have a problem. But just for those who like to know which foods and combinations and whatever else, fish roe is fairly high. At 100, you're getting about 23%. You're getting close to that third, so to speak. Seafood's pretty good compared to land animals. So, as I said, you got options. You got plenty of options. Carnivores, it's really extremely rare, unless they're drinking alcohol, that they can actually become B vitamin deficient. It's the alcohol that does it. Let's be honest about our indiscretions that some of us have. So, and I've said about before, if you're going to do alcohol, supplement, because you're going to go through a lot of B vitamins, 2 before and 2 after, and that will also reduce your hangover in that regard as well. So I will. Oops. I'll go to the thiamine one, and I'll stick that in the description. I'll put the first one there, which is thiamine B1. So anybody wants to check out that site, they can go through it and look at some of the information, all that may interest them, and all that sort of stuff. So, you know. So, yeah, so hopefully you can get some info out of that for yourself. Anyway, so Alex put that that thing up for the B vitamin remedy against mosquitoes. Okay, thanks, Alex. So you're the one that did that initially, and I think, yes, you probably both went searching for it, so you both ended up putting it on there. Okay, good. Thanks for that. And the other ones are all on the worms and parasites and stuff like that. Some of the videos that Tracy put up as well. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate that. Yeah, if people haven't seen those, please go and check them out if you're dealing with these sort of issues. Definitely do that. Oh, is that what you're asking, John? Was everybody's current ratio and all that? I try to be as close to a 1-to-1 in my sort of. I don't necessarily get it exactly, but I don't go over the top. Oh yeah, well, eat more piggy then. Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Jonathan. So I have always loved pork, and my sister hasn't been a big pork. My younger sister, and mosquitoes loved her. She's more of a lamb, beef, that sort of stuff, less of a pork person. I'm a very big pork consumer, so I would be getting far more thiamine than anyone in my family, because I just love piggy. And so, yeah, it probably explains why others were getting bitten by mosquitoes in my family and I wasn't. So there you go. Piggy came out on top and helped me, protected me. Probably because it's not a life and death thing for me. I just, never showed an interest in looking into it. So, but I do appreciate the information, guys. It's good because then I can put it on a community post, which I will. And if I have to get access to it through my academia login site, I'll do that. Get access to it. And it's the other thing, I should go and check up my other stuff, because I do have access to some other stuff. I did a video ages ago with Bart on the methane stuff, and that was again through Geoscience Australia. So I was able to access, because we're sort of members, so I was able to access that study, which was good. So since I don't know, I'll have to ask Bart whether he's going to put it back up. If he doesn't, I may actually make another video specifically of that, or ask him to send me a download, and I'll put it on mine. Because that's sort of information that should go out there, because it actually attacks all that nonsense the Vagoons are saying against animal foods, because it's nonsense. It's a different isotope of carbon that comes from animals, which has been declining in the atmosphere, and the one that's been going up is the one from petrochemicals. So even there, they get it wrong. What don't they get wrong? What is the issue with height and longevity? You usually hear that if you're more used to be shorter statue, but then the Maasais have centenarians, exactly. Not every animal is the same. We don't see that in humans. In other animals, yes, we do see it. In dogs, we see it. Bigger dogs live shorter lives. A number of animals in nature do, but not all. And that includes humans, because we've got both tall humans and short humans that live longer than other humans. So it varies. There are tall centenarians and short centenarians and middle height centenarians. So it just does not compute in the human sort of area. But in certain animals, it may be due to certain animals. Some of their growth pathways are slightly different than us, and it may be that's the reason. But with humans, it varies quite a bit. So there is no specific, if you're shorter, you're going to live longer. I know people make that argument because they look at animal stuff, but there's no research on humans. And since we're finding humans that are basically centenarians and they have varying different heights, I think that's a bust. Once you find the inverse of something that people are arguing, it's a bust. It's simple as that. So I don't think that has credibility when it comes to the human species. My question is still not totally answered. Do you think food-grade citric acid powder is safe, as it can bind to aluminium and other metals in the food and then cross blood? I haven't seen any real look. There's a lot of interactions that happen in the body. If you're on a species-appropriate diet, you'll get enough taurine, and the taurine will regulate the ions in your body. And this shouldn't be a problem. The body itself can actually produce some of these things. So we don't see it. I haven't seen any research to show me that it does cause a problem. So, there are many people out there that consume lemon juice and stuff like that, put lemon juice, and there are many people in the Mediterranean world that use a lot of lemons and stuff like that. And they've never had problems of Alzheimer's or anything like that. It's a more modern thing because of the modern food environment and all that. So I don't buy that sort of thing. It's reductionist thinking. So I don't think it's a problem. There's a lot of interactions that happen, but they are reductions. They usually do them in petri dishes, what are called in vitro. But in vivo, I've never seen in vivo, which is inside the human or an organism, this problem. We don't see a bioaccumulation. Remember, if you've got a good functioning liver and good functioning gallbladder, most of the heavy metals that you'll excrete out of your bile via the bile or via the kidneys. And a lot of that's regulated through a number of enzymatic processes in the body. Now, if you're deficient in certain nutrients like taurine, that play a big role in the ion metabolism and excretion through the bile, especially like manganese. If you're deficient, you may not be able to clear manganese properly. But if you're on a species-appropriate diet, you can actually clear up to 90% of manganese. So it really depends. That's why we see mostly within the plant-based community a lot of these sort of accumulation problems, bioaccumulation of heavy metals. You don't see it in people eating animal foods. I would say that has more to do with their diet, their plant-based diet. But then again, a lot of these things are being promoted by naturopaths with not a lot of solid research there either, which is a bit concerning. And when you look in the general literature, you don't really find a lot of this sort of stuff, psych, Alzheimer's or whatever. You don't see this sort of accumulation that some of the naturopaths argue when they do biopsies after the person dies and they look at the brains. They don't see some of these things that apparently people talk about that are causing these problems. So I just don't buy that sort of stuff, Stefan. Simple as that. The body's a bit more smarter and more complex than just a reductionist pathway. Oh, this binds with that. Well, yeah, but there's a whole lot of other, when it comes to the way the body functions and moves ions around and interacts and all that, it's far more complex. If you look at physiology, there's all these pathways that are interacting, and you look at the Krebs cycle right in the middle, and then the urea cycle over here, and the rest in metabolism, you've got all these cross links all over the place, and they're signaling, and they can vary depending on the nutrients and the signaling that happens. It's complicated stuff. And so when people make these reductionist sort of linkages and then they test them, they don't bear out. So yes, I take some of this sort of stuff with a grain of salt. A lot of it comes from the nutritional and the naturopathic environment, these alternatives and all that. And some of this is just pseudo nonsense. A lot of it is, unfortunately, it's the reality. Okay. Yeah. One. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. You're right. Yeah, exactly. 1 is click, and then 2 is off, 3 is no, yeah, you're right. Okay. Stuffed that up, didn't I? Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Mickey Mouse, but mistake. Yeah. I have been on the YouTube here for quite a few hours now, so that does play a role. Does the Randall cycle independently of energy balance make you store more body fat? If you're not undertaking excess energy intake, it's not going to happen. But even independent of independently of the Randall cycle activation, which is excess energy of mixed macros, if you, let's say you're doing a pure carnivore diet, no carbs whatsoever, but eating a lot of cream, like shitloads of liquid fat, okay? And let's say you're consuming 130% of what you've needed to function for the whole day, and you do that every day, you're adding an extra 30% into the fat cells through when chylomicrons come through. They'll go to the adipose, they'll drop it off, and then they'll go off and all that. So if you have that sort of level, you can, the difference is it won't be in the visceral fat, it will be in the subcutaneous, the love handles, that sort of stuff, which is not as problematic. At the same time, when you're not eating, and that's the thing about the carnivore diet, you get satiety. So you definitely, when you're not eating, hormone-sensitive lipase gets activated, and you'll release those as free fatty acids. When you're in a Randall cycle activation stage, that's when insulin is risen, and you can't access that because you can't access, because unless insulin is lower, you can't access free fatty acids. So that's fundamental difference. So even in a non-Randall cycle state, you can add. The difference is you can also, when you're not eating, you can actually access that and, use it as energy. But if you're on a standard diet, you can't access it. That's the problem. Body fat's there, but you can't access it because insulin is high because you're eating carbohydrates. When you take away the carbohydrates and you're not eating because you get satiety from an animal-based diet, then, yeah. But if you're doing fat bombs and stuff like that continuously, and you're sedentary, you're not doing any exercise or anything like that, you're sedentary, you will over time increase your adiposity. Humans used to do that. They used to kill a mammoth, absolutely gorge on the fat for days and all that, put a bit of adiposity on. And then they had lean periods, and when they didn't eat a lot, or they were hitting only the occasional lean animal and getting less fat. So they were getting less energy. And so obviously then, so yeah, you can put adiposity on if you overeat energy. The difference is you can access it when you're not eating. When you're in a state of fat adaptation, you'll just go, okay, no food coming in, let's upregulate hormone sensitive lipase, let's release free fatty acid. But if you've got a carb centric model, you're not going to be able to access it unless you deplete your glycogen stores to very low levels, to baseline. That's when they won't go to zero, they'll go to baseline just to provide enough for the brain and for the red blood cells, and you'll get this peripheral resistance, as I call it, or which is basically just the GLUT receptors being downregulated in the peripheral tissue muscles and stuff like that, where they're going to be taking free fatty acids, going to take fats in to use as primary stuff. They will take in some, you will through gluconeogenesis get some, but there's going to be a translocation. What you have is this translocation where sugar is playing a lesser role and fatty acids are playing a bigger role inside. And it actually happens. Finnick and Volek have actually done the experiments and the biopsies of athletes, and they've seen this translocation happening within the muscles. Obviously, if you throw sugar in, that is going to mess it all up, but humans in the past never had that problem because they're in a natural environment. Then you had access to seasonal sugar to throw that out of whack and engage the Randall cycle. We now have fridges and supermarkets, and we can circumvent all those natural obstacles that existed in the past. So it's a very different food environment that we live in, and things are very different in that respect. So but independent, you can still store if you the difference is that, and that's why I say to people, don't go crazy on all these liquid fats and stuff like that. Stick to just eating animal foods, real animal foods. I use a bit of cream because I like it in my coffee, but I don't go crazy on it. So sometimes I may go a bit over, sometimes I go a bit under, it sort of all balances out. And if I basically want to, do a cut, I get rid of all the liquid fats completely, so forcing my body to find my fat stores as the next best place for energy. So it's not complicated rocket science. And if you build more muscle tissue by priming, like the bodybuilders did, or what Bart did by eating far more and building up sort of more muscularity, then what happens is your metabolic rate goes up. As your metabolic rate goes up, then when you cut, you basically have to find energy somewhere. That's in the adipose tissue to support that high metabolic rate. And that's why you get a quick cut. And that's how it's done. It's not rocket science. It's been done for a very long time by the bodybuilding industry, by bodybuilders. It's just slightly a carnival version of that, that Raymond does. Fair enough. So she's probably gone. Or is she still here? She's still here. You're still hanging on. You're going, all good with me. I thought you were going to go when you were saying that. Fair enough. After 6 months, no grains, I recently had a pizza with friends and I was very sure to get some digestive problems later, but absolutely nothing unusual happened. Are these bacteria still there then? Look, varies with people. It varies with people. I sort of, myself as well, I can have indiscretions like alcohol or something like a pizza or something like that. and it's the odd thing here or there, or pastry or whatever, and I'm, and it doesn't seem, it used to affect me, but it doesn't now. And that's probably because the taurine, the vitamin D and all that have sealed those tight junctions. I've got a better micronutrient profile, and I can do a much quicker clearance. I'm fat adapted, and I can swing back pretty fast. I've got a better microbiome structure which can cope. There's a lot of things like that, but that happens over time. I used to have these sort of issues, but years later, your body changes, and it depends on the person. It depends on your initial microbiome, how damaged it was initially from too much glyphosate, too much antibiotics. There are going to be variations between people, so yes. And I suspect that's citric acid. Yes, food grade, definitely. There are stuff out there that are not food grade correctly. That's correct, Alex. The stuff on the iHerb is food grade. Sorry again. Yeah, well, insulin resistance is really it's look, all hormones are actually, all these things, they're signaling. It's basically they have to amplify their signal because to try and get certain things to happen. Remember, traditionally our bodies would work in an ancestral state. They weren't designed to basically be assaulted by all the things that we do in the modern world. And so they have to amplify the signal. It's a bit like, the way dopamine, you get an amplification of dopamine, or an amplification when you do certain things, it amplifies it. It's a funny way the body works. But in order to de-amplify it, you sort of have to change your ways, in a sense. It's signaling, trying to say, I'm trying to do this, and so it's signaling. And so what modern people will dub as insulin resistance is really an amplification of insulin signaling. That's what it really is. Fundamentally, it's not really insulin resistance, it's Randall cycle activation, So on that front, I agree with Bart. The extra signaling that's actually happening, that's not causing the problem. The problem is excess blood sugar and excess energy. Those are the things that are actually causing those sort of issues. So, yeah. And obviously, there can be other things like mitochondrial efficiency, reverse Krebs cycle, all these other things that can actually also amplify the effects. So the threshold before you activate at a threshold of energy intake, because if you can't use it, even at a lower threshold, because you've got mitochondrial damage or whatever, you're going to basically engage the Randall cycle at a much lower level. That may be another reason why people find themselves in these sort of plateaus where they can't really get out intractable. That means that's an area where they have to fix their mitochondria. They have to pay attention to like low deuterium, better sleep, cleaning up and being much stricter, all these other things. And that's really middle-aged people and older that have got more damage. So there are other factors as well. So it's a much more complicated picture than sort of the simplistic sort of stuff that, so even Randall, he was influenced by the stuff back then, the sort of thinking that was out there, and he had a bit of reductionist thinking in himself. So, yeah. Anyway, I ran for a pee break. Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? I just forgot. I was on the phone. That was my excuse, because I usually, before I start any live stream, even if I've got very little, I'll go get it out, so I don't have to worry about it. I'll force myself. So, but I just forgot completely, and I've had, you know, that was my second coffee, and you know, I didn't have any of this sort of low deuterium or relatively lower deuterium water, the Evian, but and that was my last. I actually have to buy some tomorrow. I'm out completely. So, because that was all that was left. Literally, that was all that was left. Even this coffee, I had to use regular water, which I wasn't very happy about. But I'd ran out, and I forgot to get some. So I was at the supermarket today, and I actually forgot. That's what I always knew there was something else that I needed to get on the day, because that's the other problem. I've been looking for Evian water, so I usually buy a bit more bulk, and then I turn up and there's only a couple, or the small ones, or there's none. I'm going, Arr! And it's been a bit like that because of the supply situation recently. It's just a bloody mess trying to find certain things. Sometimes have to go from one Woolworths store to another Woolworths store to try and find the damn things. So not happy, let's put it that way, because that's the stuff I use for my coffees. Because if I was trying to buy the low deuterium stuff from the stuff from Hungary, it's just so prohibitive. It's too expensive just for coffee, that is. I know Laszlo Boris does it, but I think because he knows them and all that, and he does a lot of the research. Yeah, they probably give him a discount of some sort. So yeah, it probably doesn't cost him, and he's an academic, probably on far better money as well. I'm with you. Yeah. Well, if you're not engaging the Randall cycle, yes, you can. So somebody who's got a lot of muscularity, like a bodybuilder and all that, they can basically not disengage the Randall cycle at a certain threshold. Somebody like a salad boy, they can still glycate themselves. They can still fill themselves with deuterium and do damage to themselves and still age faster by doing those sort of things. But they can also still, oxidize it much more rapidly and actually utilize it because of the higher tempo of physical activity, but eventually catches up, like it caught up with Tim Noakes and many other people. So, and eventually those people balloon out or damage their pancreas and do all sorts of things. So, while you can, under certain circumstances, keep below that threshold, in the end, it's going to all catch up and going to be not pleasant. Yep, metabolic damage. Yep, can change the threshold to much lower levels of gradient of activation. So there's all that sort of stuff. Look, I think the new video that I'm going to do is going to be really interesting. You guys are going to find, and then obviously getting into, covering some of these other aspects as well of how to biohack and stuff like that. Yep. So yeah, I've seen some of that sort of stuff. Risks to infants of diabetic mothers and all that. Yeah, there are definitely risks and all that, and taurine can ameliorate that. They've actually done it in animal. You can't do it in humans, the experiment, but in animals, and also people that actually get eat very little protein. And a lot of these mothers that tend to be diabetic also not getting enough protein in their diet, Tracy, and they also have these sort of problems as well. And these kids are more susceptible to younger aged getting into type 2 diabetes and other things like that. So that's what the animal models were showing quite clearly. And the only thing that actually fixed it to some degree, not completely, like the protein deficiency, 35% in terms of brain growth was coming from an improvement in these mice that were protein deficient was coming from the taurine, correcting it by 35%. And in the peripheral, the muscle tissues and that, it was, I think, about 46%, was it, or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly, but it was the 40 something, mid 40s. So, it just shows that that's just single nutrient within animal foods completely change things dramatically. Add animal protein back, it'll make even a more dramatic improvement. It's the reason why, if you take a look, mother's milk, it's got absolutely heaps and heaps of taurine. A healthy mother. A diabetic mother has far less. So there's a problem there. There's definitely a problem there. So, that's why the old Pottinger's cat, multiple generations, more problems. Again, same thing here, Tracy. Very much the same thing. Okay, it's about 10 o'clock. I would love to stay and yeah, that's, obviously with carnivore diet, you're getting more taurine. Taurine has an ability, there's that some of these growth pathways can actually be inhibited by taurine. So animal foods have an inhibitory effect on, these growth pathways of, sort of cancer type and all that. So I know a lot of people demonize, but remember, most of the studies that are done on cancer patients are people on mixed diets where they have a bit of animal foods and a lot of other junk. So it's not carnivore, it's a sad diet sort of results. And they blame the meat, obviously, like always, because they just think in reductionist terms, so that's the problem. Did he? Depends. There's a lot of factors. It's not as simple as that. Hypothetically, the rat studies actually don't show even up to 30 grams equivalent in a 70 kilo person. They don't show any deleterious consequences. And that's equivalent to a couple of years, like 3 or 4 years in human lifespan, or sometimes up to 6 years in human lifespan. So, obviously, because my concern about the sort of sulfur accumulation in some people, and I don't know people's genetics, I'm cagey about recommending too high. That's why I say experiment, see how you feel. If you're starting to get sort of like a scratchy, really sort of like a histamine effect on your skin, or really some stuff like that, and certain symptoms, then maybe you need to pull it back in that regard. G'day, Bart. How are you, mate? Didn't just noticed you. Bloody hell! It's 12 o'clock where you are. Don't you sleep, mate? Friggin' hell. I hope that means Super Roy. Or you're here to give me a hard time, is that it? Oh, fair enough. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm about to pull the plug because it's 10 o'clock here, as you know, and so I'm not too far away. Do you want to come on for for half an hour, or or are you heading for bed as well? I'll send you a link. I've actually been looking at some uh, evolutionary biology, and I've sort of been looking at the origins of the Krebs cycle and coming up with something a bit different in terms of the sort of the notions that are being pushed out there about about cancer and the mitochondrial type things, and sort of they miss the oncogene side, and then on the other side the people on the oncogene are missing the mitochondrial side of things. And I think I've actually worked out exactly what is actually happening in relation to a lot of this sort of stuff. So I've been looking into sort of reverse Krebs cycle and a whole lot of other things, and looking at certain types of different types of behavior of the different intermediate steps in that regard. Sort of carbon dioxide, pulling in of H2 from the cytosol, all that sort of stuff. So I'm coming up with a new hypothesis on some of this sort of stuff. So yeah, I've more or less got it in my head, but working on it. I will fill you in on it once I've actually worked it all out, and before I do, when I do my video, I'll privately just let you have a bit of a look in that regard. But yes, that's for another day. Jesus, is that winding up? Hey, I do it the long way. If you want to keep me here for another half an hour, you'll have to come on. So do you want me to send you a link or not? I can get you to basically do the singing thing. Okay, I'm sending it now. Oops. That link's gone through, so you should have hopefully received it by now. Can you also put your surreal link? I did mention it to some people earlier, but I couldn't remember the actual link for your surreal page. Can you put that in the actual chat as well for people that maybe that would like to check it out? First come in and then do it. Good to have you here, mate.
Hello, 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 hello. What's new and interesting?
I better put these on so I can hear you.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
That's the thing when you're alone.
Do we really want to hear about what Harry does when he's alone, boys and girls? I'm not sure. I'm never alone, mind
You
son.
probably don't.
I'm never alone.
Well, it's the equivalent. Yeah, exactly. It's the equivalent. What you get up with? Yes, that boy, the field marshal. Yes, the
good boy, Ted. Ted. Good boy, Ted. Good boy.
I don't want to know.
What's happening?
The abuse is beyond a joke.
Incredible.
Yeah, I've just been basically doing a 4-hour live stream. So
Lovely.
yeah.
All
So it's,
right.
well, what's new?
Yeah.
That's actually quite mild for me. You should know that.
Yes.
I
Well, I suppose
sometimes
so.
go.
Yeah.
I think my longest one was nearly 7 hours or something like that. Ridiculous.
You know what's missing from this picture, of course. I'll tell you what's missing from this picture. Where are we now? Here we are. That's better. Right. Now
Yes,
we're on
the
board.
glasses. That's it.
Now we're on board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
that would've
been one of those days, Harry. One of those. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the Drew one. Because I came in the tail end, right at the end, and so I haven't had a chance with all my live streams. I'll watch it tomorrow.
Fair play.
Yeah, so
No, it
he's
was
an
bloody
interesting
good
character.
Yeah, it was bloody good to see the boy. It's been 2 years suddenly since he was
It's
actually
been 2
active.
years, has it?
Yeah, it's been 2 years since he was active on a weekly basis. He's been doing life in the real world. He's been dealing with one or two issues. He's been he's had a bit on his plate, but who knows? He may have got the bug again after today's appearance, and we may see more of Drew Morg again for a bit.
Oh, that'd be a pretty good thing. I mean, I used to like the sort of debates that he used to set up and stuff like that. That was actually always a bit of fun.
Yeah.
I think that, as he said, towards the end, it's a very different climate now on the YouTubia.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not what it used to be. It's sort of getting a bit more. Can you also put a link, because I did mention surreal products earlier.
Yes.
Can you put that into your, because we were talking about stem cells and things like that, so just stick it in there for people.
There doesn't seem to be a slot to make any comment in the comment window.
You should have access to it.
That's weird. I'll tell you what, I'll send it to you in the private chat now and you can put it across or something.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward. Whoops. Make sure I'm spelling it correctly, otherwise it won't work.
Correct.
There it is. BKAY Nutrition. All one word, all lowercase. .surreal.com. That'll take you straight to the shop. It's good stuff, that Surreal. Does exactly what it says on the tin, mate.
There it is.
Lovely. Lovely jubbly.
Sheena?
There it is.
She's happy to see you.
Yeah, she's a good sort. She's got very, very good taste as well. Yeah. I often have people that when they come onto my consultancy thing, and some of them are kind of, when they first get there the first time, some of them are sort of almost like starstruck, and I don't know why, because I'm not remotely a star by anybody's imagination, but a lot of them sort of say, "Oh, I watch all your stuff," and I'm like, well, that shows incredibly poor judgment on your part. And that always sets it off in the right sort of vein, I find. Because the other thing they suspect, a lot of people, when they come on for a consult, is they expect that the person they're going to be dealing with is that bloke you see on the YouTubes, that character, or that collection of characters. I mean, do you really think, people, in a purple fit, if I behaved that way in real life, all the time at home, that I would still be together with Pim? Would she stay?
Tolerate.
Do you really imagine she would put up with that? Come on, people. There's an actual person in here. So bloody hell, I don't know if you've had this before, Harry, but this morning I had my live stream all set up to go. I had it all promoted. I did all the links out to all the different social media platforms. Here's the link for the live stream. I'm going to have this mystery guest that I wasn't revealing until the time, and it was all set up to go. I had it set up through that other platform, not the one that we're on right now, the other one. Mm-hmm. And time came around, and he showed up, and he was there, and we were ready to go, and I pressed go live, and it goes 3, 2, 1, and I got maybe one or two words out. Boof! it shuts down the stream and says, your stream has unexpectedly shut down. So, okay, fuck it, start it again. 3, 2, 1, boof, drops the stream again. 4 times, rebooted my computer system, all while Drew was waiting and everybody else was waiting. It rebooted, restarted everything up. So, okay, that might have fixed it. Try it again. Boof, no. Straight away shuts itself down again. That's why we were late coming online, because I had to go across to the StreamYard platform, and I had to then re-establish the stream, which meant that I had to let everybody know.
Were you using Restream?
That was the plan for the day. Catastrophic failure on the part of Restream. They've been told very clearly about the consequences of that in no uncertain terms, along with a litany of a few other complaints about the Restream platform, frankly. So they now know exactly what their failings are. So good.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's designed slightly different, where when you shut down, or it actually even inadvertently gets shut down because of a latency delay between your connection to them, and what it does is it just presumes, okay, you've actually shut down, you've switched it off, even though you've pressed no button, and immediately, I think it's a flaw in the way they've programmed it, and immediately it will end the stream.
Yeah.
Where with StreamYard, it follows at a different thing. It goes, as long as somebody's in there, you can drop out, completely out, go completely out.
Yeah.
You can leave, in a sense, the studio, but as long as the broadcast hasn't been ended, with the broadcast button ended, that broadcast still goes on.
That's right.
So
I had an issue with that.
It's a very different design.
There was one occasion when my computer shit itself totally, and my computer was running the stream. And as it turns out, I had 2 guests, and one was Pim in the other room, and the other one was actually Drew Morg, of all people. It just so happened.
Again.
And the computer, maybe Drew Morg is bad karma. Maybe he's bad news, boys and girls.
I don't know.
Anyway, my system shit itself completely, and everybody thought, oh, he's bloody hate quit on or rage quit on his own stream or something, because I was in the middle of doing a rampage about something, and I couldn't finish what I was saying, and I couldn't shut down the stream either, and so they were left there going like, so
I remember,
are we done or
yeah.
are we done or funny as fuck. Anyway, there you go.
I think I mentioned I can't remember now, I think I did mention get on the phone, and actually, because I had to do that once when I was doing a testing thing, and then basically I literally cancelled it through my phone by going in. But then you have to, it has to send you a code. You have to go to the email, then you click on that. Then it's all that rigmarole. But eventually it does. Yeah, eventually you can turn it off in that regard. So cool. It's a bit funny like that. But I think you ended up using Pim's machine at the time.
I just went into the other room eventually, and just we sorted it from there in terms of finishing what we needed to do for the stream. But in terms of actually shutting the stream down, we couldn't do that from her computer, because it was my computer that was so called running the stream, and it had shit itself. It had completely catastrophically shit itself. And so it was a bit of a mission to get the thing finished off and whatever. But we got there.
Yeah, unless you used a different browser on her machine and logged in as yourself, then you could actually access that, because you're on the same IP.
Yeah. So anyway, eventually we sorted it, and that was fun and games. And then I guess the other fun and games today, ongoingly, whatever, if you like, is that young Nicholas Hebert has decided to apparently completely softcock and welch out of the agreed debate that he was going to have with me, the agreed debate in principle.
Okay.
And he's now making the same sorts of excuses as per the R.V. Bitterman school of sophistry. And he's making little videos on his channel completely misrepresenting the facts and completely misrepresenting who said what to whom, which seems really strange to me that he would do that, because I have a copy of the email thread, the one that he's altered and completely misrepresented.
Yeah.
It's like, do you really think that that's going to fly, son? Whatever.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
his issue is that he wants to represent my proposal of a debate subject area at large, and he wants to take that and construe that as a suggestion for an actual moot, which is a quite different thing. Clearly and obviously, the mistake I've made clearly is I've actually given Nick more credence than he even deserves. I give him no credence at all as a scientist. Never have done. He's an idiot. But I actually gave him credit for being more sophisticated than he even is, because he can't understand the difference between me saying, hey, let's have a debate about the area of nutrition. My proposal at large is that I would obviously argue something along the lines of the carnivore diet is optimal and good for all people, and you obviously would argue antithically to that because you're a veg-tarded fuckknuckle. And that's what you do. And he's taken that as a proposed moot and spent like nearly 20 minutes in the video saying, that's no good, I can't, mate, and this is my excuse for not doing this, when actually the invitation is fine. Supply me, if you're not sure, that's fine, we'll work something out together, but, let's negotiate a moot so that we can actually have a debate about something specific and focused.
This is what you're going to present, this is what I'm going to present.
And he's saying, look, I'm only interested if you drop what he's calling my ridiculous demands on RV bitumen at the time that was going on. And it was like, well, hang on. What RV bitumen wanted was an unlimited, unfettered free rein to throw as many empty, meaningless, worthless citations as he could muster at me in quickfire without analysing any of those papers in depth. And that was his sophist methodology of attempting to say he's won a debate against me by saying, here's 100 references. Well, great, let's go through 100 references then and analyse the faults with every single one of them.
Yeah.
So what I've said is exactly. So what I said to Nick is, look, it's perfectly reasonable that you could put a time limit on a debate, let's say 2 hours, that seems reasonable.
Exactly.
In that time, you could reasonably analyse properly and with decent, veracity and detail, maybe 3 articles.
Precisely, yeah.
Now, obviously, it depends on
what
the
actual... thoroughly.
Exactly, but it depends on what the actual moot turns out to be.
Exactly. It could be something which is 3 pages long, could be something that's 30 pages long.
His get out clause, his escape here is, no, he wants a debate that is not time limited. Well, who's got infinite time to talk to a vegan sophist? And he wants to be able to throw unlimited references at me. And the only reason he's saying that, actually, it's not because he's got 100 references to support anything he's got to say about veganism at all, because he hasn't got one. He's saying that because he knows I will not accept that as a condition.
Yeah, well...
And that's his excuse. That's his way of getting out of it.
Yeah, precisely. That's.
And then he turns around and says it's me that's declining the debate. No, I'm just declining an untime limited, uncontrolled free-for-all where you indulge in a bunch of ridiculous sophistry. Yeah, I'm suggesting a sensible academic discussion here. I was giving him the credence of having at least enough sophistication to even understand the process of how you would go about negotiating.
Well, if you look at any debate anywhere in the world on any subject, on any matter, there's always somebody that will chair the debate. And there'll be basically one side or another side, whether there's, one person or 2 or 3 people or 4 people on the panel. They usually, I think the highest I've seen is about 5 people on each panel.
And that's probably too many.
And that's too many. The majority of cases, 3 people, and they do a presentation arguing one position or another. And then basically people asking questions. And then after that, basically having a vote on who argued best in that regard, but who presented best or whatever. But if you're doing actual, and that's on opinions, which are people are debating, and then you've got other debates which are done by scientists. And in those sort of debates, it's quite clear that you are presenting a specific item, one single item that is being discussed and debated, and everybody's read the article or the document or the data or whatever, looked at it, and the argument, and then people will basically argue those areas are grey areas in that research. That's where the arguments will primarily be. It won't be on, because most of, if you argue against certain parts of the data and all that, that everybody accepts, it's the interpretation that they will argue again in relations to, or the grey areas of that, when the data isn't conclusive enough. And that's where the grey areas where people will start debating. When something is like, you take a measurement of a pulsar and you've got a specific measurement, nobody's going to debate that. But if you basically had some instrument noise and that was the only pulsar that you can get for the next 20 years, well, they may debate that. Or it's remember when the Challenger disaster blew up and they couldn't actually replace and calibrate that satellite that actually was taking measurements from the sun. They had to use an old one. And there they were a lot of debating on exactly, one was making out that basically the signal was slightly different compared to the other group. Yeah. And that's where the debate was within within climatology at the time. It obviously didn't get out into the media or into the population, but that's where the arguments were. Funnily, some researchers in those who don't subscribe to the ideology, because that's what it is, they went away and actually spoke to the person who was heading that satellite before it got decommissioned and asked them exactly how were you guys calibrating it. And they said, as we've always calibrated it every 12 days. So they hadn't changed their methodology whatsoever. So the other people that were trying to argue that there was this natural increase that they were saying that they had observed really wasn't there. They were just extrapolating from, inaccurate stuff, and they were making up stuff to fill in that void where a new calibrated satellite hadn't gone up for that specific.
Gosh, scientists never make shit up, do they, Harry? Surely,
always. When there are interests and benefits and also reputations on the line, you've been there,
Trust the science, Harry. Trust the science. Don't you dare question the science, even though that's exactly how you do science. That's what you do. You question everything. Basically, everything is up for debate. Early this week sometime I'll be posting my latest Who's Wrong on the Interwebs Today video. It's our friend Cum Splatter again. No.
Surprise, surprise.
This week he's claiming, among other things, that the idea that cholesterol is causally involved in cardiovascular disease is not up for debate, is his claim.
What?
Well, Cyrus, actually it is up for debate. It actually is being hotly debated still to this day, both within academia and without. So it is up for debate. It's being debated whether you like that or not.
Exactly.
And actually,
really
the problem here is that old chestnut, the word that they inappropriately use, the problem word, the one that goes causal. There's your problem, because that's not a debate they can win.
No, definitely not. When you look at even the epidemiological data, is just does not.
Even that doesn't actually make the case.
Exactly.
Even if it was causal, which causal inference, which it isn't.
Exactly. The odds ratios are just so damn low in comparison to things like tobacco or whatever else. They're so damn low they're just basically statistical noise.
That's it.
Correct. And especially when you've got inverse relationships that emerge in different things. It's a bit like I had this young bloke that actually was having a go at me about saturated fats and basically LPS and and then he sends me a study. This is how crazy it was, this guy, Ian. I actually did a video. He sends me a study, and I look at the study and I go through it and I actually look at the different quality of the studies. So, the different, the there was only one high quality study there, and the rest of them were poor. They actually indicated that, and the meta-analysis came up with the conclusion that saturated fat increases LPS, stuff like that, and sepsis in the body. And the high quality one, on the other hand, showed the inverse relationship. So it just obliterated, and all the other ones were studies that had a poor control. It was 0 to 1. There was 2 or 3 with a 3. This was the only one with a 4 value. So it wasn't a 5 value, like really highly controlled experimentally, but it was in a lab, but it didn't have the same level of like the ultra, the best type you could actually make design within our capacity as a civilization. And it showed the inverse. And the moment you have even just one showing that inverse and it was the best one anyway, it just blows away that whole thing. It actually showed the complete opposite, that monounsaturated fat was neutral. Saturated fat was actually reduced, and basically it was the poly with the actual sugar that was actually increasing it.
Terrible,
and it just
isn't it?
It just destroyed the whole argument and all that. And even after I pointed that, and I made actually a video and then I followed, he still wouldn't. He was trying to argue away. I mean, just accept you're wrong. We all make it. We all make a mistake now and then. So do I. We're humans.
Ted never makes mistakes ever.
Oh, sorry. Excluding Ted. Excluding he's special.
Yes. And the other fun I've been having this week, I guess, is taking on a few more discussions I wouldn't normally bother with, but you know what the hell you do.
Yep.
Where people are talking about this thing they're calling insulin resistance, and I'm great. Can you give me the name of the manufacturer that makes the most reliable insulin resistance meter on the market, please?
I'd love that.
Which manufacturer makes this meter that measures insulin resistance, and what's the metric it uses? What's the metric it uses to measure insulin resistance? This meter, because science is done by measuring things physiologically.
Yeah, I was just reminding him earlier that it's no different than it's just insulin basically amplifies its signaling, but it's a Randall cycle that actually forces its amplification.
Correct.
And it's and it's sort
but the thing is, there is no metric that you could call insulin resistance. It's a proxy scale. It's an arbitrary scale, and it's based purely on the concentration of glucose and the concentration of insulin at a given time. They're the things that are actually being measured. And you can name the manufacturer that makes the meters that measures the glucose, and you can name the manufacturer that makes the meters that measures insulin.
Exactly.
But you give me the name of a manufacturer that manufactures this, because it doesn't exist. There is no insulin resistance meter. This is a construct. Exactly. It's an idea, and it's a fucking stupid one.
It is a stupid idea. It actually, I don't know where it originated. Somebody told me that it originated in the low carb community, but I don't know by who or exactly. And it's just got legs since then.
Right. Is that the low carb community that eats 300 and 400 grams a day of honey and fruit, or probably. Is it some other part of it?
I don't know. Who knows? It could be one of those. Yes. It's maybe it was a paleo-esque type, because the paleo community came before the low carb. So it could have been all the way back there. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Ted's a bear. He wants some of that honey action.
I bet he does. You should send him to Costa Rica. Fly him over.
Yeah. Go over there and deal with Honey Fruity Boy. Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
I bet. Yeah.
I think that would actually blow the YouTubia up. Definitely.
What stuns me, what I can't get my fucking head around at all, Harry, is how the hell do people like Salad Boy end up with 200,000 subs? What
It's a
drives
crazy
that?
world, mate. It's a crazy. Well, if you're promoting sort of stuff that the
Good
food
news about
industry,
people's bad habits.
yeah, stuff like
Yeah.
that, I think, the AI seems to like to push that. One push, we're considered controversial carnivores.
Are we?
I know. Well, that's what we're considered. I thought we were just,
I thought we were
the
considered a lot worse than that.
yeah. Well, that's true. There's a lot of things that we're considered, but
Jesus.
you got to be careful with the censorship. It is listening. The AI is listening,
Big Brother is watching.
and knowing basically Ted under there is probably tuning it as well.
Oh, Ted's frantically twiddling the knobs. He always is. He's a twiddler. He can't leave the faders alone.
Precisely. I mean, I think ultimately these people are tied in with because remember they're selling a lot of products via YouTube. They're also promoting certain products and certain companies that are paying YouTube as well. And I think a lot of this is ties a bit, one of the prolifics, are probably people like Burgess and Stalaura and people like that, is because they also, a lot of the things that they're promoting, some of these companies also do a lot of advertising on YouTube. So obviously, there's this sort of stuff that actually happens. Yeah, he uses that as well. A lot of them use that, but it actually started. It predates Jason Fung. It predates a lot of these people. It's just now. I don't think anybody really has thought it through. And remember, a lot of these low carb people, like the low fat people, most of them don't even understand the Randall cycle. So
No.
for them, this sort of makes sense. And one side will blame basically animal products and animal fats in particular, or protein and animal fats in particular, and the other side will blame sugar, for the same problem. But, they don't understand the Randall cycle. Without
No.
understanding the Randall cycle,
They cross inhibit one another. They're both to blame.
exactly, they're both to blame when they are both in the system.
Yeah.
And so both sides miss the point. And they end up using this sort of inappropriate constructed language that doesn't explain reality, but actually creates an omission in their knowledge. It covers that really. That's really what it is. These sort of terminologies or these words that people use are really to cover these lack. And it's no different, as I said before, say for that talks about mitochondrial stuff and all that. Without giving too much away, I've been looking at a lot of sort of evolutionary biology, and what I said earlier to guys, that if you look at the vents themselves have this basically, carbon inside and those plumes, and outside you basically got, H2. You've basically got the Krebs cycle there in an inorganic form. And, that is why basically you've got organic matter actually comes about in a very, this primordial, this sort of proto life comes out in this form, replicating inorganic processes.
What
Even
you
the whole
really,
planet.
what you really seem to be alluding to there, Harry, and forgive me if I've got this wrong. It is after fucking midnight here.
Yep.
But you seem to be almost pointing directly to the anthropic principle.
I've always believed in the anthropic principle.
Yeah. And I think you're right in that regard. For those that don't know, the anthropic principle is that principle that dictates that things are the way they are precisely because they could not be any other way. People who can't understand how something as complex as life could spontaneously occur from elemental substances. Well, it's because of the way those elements interact with each other necessarily precisely because of the valence electrons, the way they're arranged, because of the underlying quantum physics, etc., the reason that has occurred is because it had to. There was no other way that those things could interact.
Precisely.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, it does. And this is where the problem in the textbook that is lost, because when you look at a textbook of biochemistry, they'll show the Krebs cycle, and it's more focused on, basically for energy rather than and then they'll actually strip out and they'll show it as separate, the processes for producing amino acids, fatty acids, glucose, nucleotides, which is RNA, DNA, that sort of stuff. They'll actually strip that out, but it actually is happening in the Krebs cycle itself. It's not only energy, it's all these sort of things. And this is how this mimicking of inorganic, what I was saying earlier, and then basically being able to produce these other things over time and then create and then how that evolved over time from there. It's so damn interesting. And also how, they miss, like, a lot of you got two camps. You got the one camp that talks about oncogenes, that driving cancer. I think that's wrong. Cancer, oncogenes are part of it, yes, but it's not. It's the signaling between the mitochondria and the nucleus that is actually happening. It's not one on its own. It's a complex interaction. This reductionism drives me mad, and all that. And this reverse, Krebs cycle that's actually happening and pushing the growth pathways, pulling in from the cytosol hydrogen to combine it. This is why intracellular, levels of carbon dioxide go up in this growth pathway sort of state. Things that Ray Peat loves. I don't think he understands that that's actually a negative thing. He's missing the point completely in that regard. But that sort of thing, and succinate, you're basically having ferredoxin, where you're basically, that's where these people make, as I said to the guys, they're making this assumption that basically iron is a problem. No, only in a state where you've got a derangement of the Krebs cycle of mitochondrial functioning, where that becomes a problem. Normal iron isn't a problem. It's not. You're only going to get NADH at that point. At that point in the Krebs cycle. So we're using reductionist thinking and confusing and creating these false associations completely. But this reversal of is actually pushing these growth pathways and then signaling back to the nucleus. And that nucleus is driving then oncogene upregulation and the elongation of these long fats of, these long chain fats of, that are elongating around the nucleus to protect it, so you can actually initiate fermentation. Because as long as you're pulling in hydrogen from the cytosol in and combining it with carbon, you're actually producing growth. You're actually producing growth pathways. And that's what happens over time. Diabetes, Alzheimer's, all this is all growth. That's why people, as they get older, they don't have energy efficiency. They can't oxidize things properly. That's why they're growing and they're getting deranged as well. It's this sort of stuff that's actually happening. And what's actually driving that? Deuterium. Lack of eating animal foods. Well, taurine plays a role in actually trying to reverse that.
I knew it would. I knew it had to have something to do with taurine.
Yeah, exactly. It is. But it's in a combination with a couple of other animal nutrients without giving too much that actually synergistically work. Even retinol, which the other guy actually talks about, low, very low. I don't think that's a good idea when it's important within the Krebs cycle to do that long term. You're going to get into trouble. He was only highly supplementing heavily and got his people into trouble and then shifted to the other extreme. Yeah, that's reductionist thinking. When you do that, you end up in trouble.
Almost everything biological has an optimal value. And many of those values are non-zero, like they're inverted ends or inverted U's, I should say,
Precisely.
in the J-shaped curve they call it. For
But
some reason.
reductionist thinking forces you
Reductionism.
into a zero or what or not.
Yeah.
That's the problem, and that's what most people get trapped in reductionist thinking, and they lose. They end up with all this crackpottery or pseudo thinking, which is drives me up the wall constantly.
Yes, and then they have to justify not debating people who know more about it than they do by saying, I'm going to post 100 bits of crack pottery at you in 5 seconds flat to prove my point.
Precisely. It's so damn funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's pathetic. It
It
would be
is.
funny if it wasn't so utterly
Yeah, I know.
pathetic. It's desperate. It's like, here is a boy who's opened his mouth up and said, yes, I'll take on a debate with me. And then worked out after that fact, for some reason, I don't know why you wouldn't know that already, that he had not a hope in hell and was not going to be able to get away with... Maybe he thought I was going to be stupid enough to get sucked into his ridiculous sophistry.
I mean, how
stupid would you have to be to
How
think,
could you
that I would
really
lack the
think like
experience
that?
to do that?
I mean, he's seen you pull apart, all sorts of studies and stuff
Oh,
like
look,
that.
he's...
Seen
And
you- I
he's
mean,
a close
how
mate
can
of
you-
Harvey Bitterman's.
I mean, after
he
that
knows.
Harvey had his ass handed to him,
Yeah.
I mean, God Almighty, how? I don't know. Maybe he's
Well,
in
that's
the,
why he's using. That's
maybe
why he's using the Harvey Bitterman escape. That's why he's saying,
Yeah,
"I want to be able to
exactly.
post as many references at you as I want to." Well, no, that's not how a debate works.
Yes.
They have rules. They have limitations.
Add average IQ and brain
Oh,
fog.
I don't.
and,
I
sort of
don't think he's
explains
even got an
everything.
average IQ. I think this boy is a
Probably
real.
below.
Yeah, I think he's really challenged. I think he's really struggling. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, look, a lot of them actually, when I've actually dealt with some of them in the past, in public, actually in physical public and all that, it's like a record repeating itself, churning. You say things and it goes, these things are not even registering, and I'm just saying basic arguments here to show contradictions in what they're saying, and it's not
Yeah.
even registering. And you go, well, either you don't have the capacity to understand, or you're so brainwashed and so
You refuse to understand.
You refuse.
Look, I'll give you an example of that. In his little video that he's made, which I'm not sure I can be bothered even responding to, other than, I've made a few comments to his ridiculous, brain-dead echo chamber crew over there. He took part of what I'd written in an email and took it out of its context, of course, because that's what they do, and put it in inverted speech marks. This is what he said. And it was around about a statement of how it is that we establish causality using the scientific method, to which my statement was words to the effect of something very close to, well, the way we do that is by having a well-controlled, well-powered, well-tenured, properly randomised metabolic ward lock-in study under proper observation. And if you want to talk about multi-decadal outcomes in health, that's the period of time that you have people locked in labs. By the way, you start with genetically identical people split into 2 pairs of twins, and you separate them at birth and you keep them under control even prior to your experiment beginning. Otherwise, I'm afraid there are confounding covariates, and that invalidates your ability to speak about cause and effect.
Yeah, that's why we use animal models, because we can't do something equivalent
Exactly.
in humans.
Now, just because we can't do something ethically, practically, financially, or morally, or whatever,
Yep.
that
There's
doesn't
all
mean
those
it's
factors.
okay to make an assertion that requires that level of scientific discipline. Anyway, we can't do that study, but we'll just make the claim anyway. We'll just say cause and effect has been established when it hasn't. Anyway, he responded to my written statement to that effect, which is a correct statement of fact. That is the scientific discipline. That is the level of required evidence to establish a claim or a posit of causality.
Exactly.
That's the meaning of causality. Causality means this is the cause of that. If I do this, then this result will occur every time,
Yep.
with 100% reliability.
Exactly. If I put so much
Anyway,
force I exert or whatever,
he
I'll get a
responded,
similar measurable outcome.
Anyway, he responded to that statement of fact about scientific rigor and discipline from me by saying, well, that's just not true. Well, I'm sorry, Nick. Yes, it is. Just because it's devastating to your ability to be able to do what you want to do, which is to claim causality. I'm just a nut for saying something that's true. And you just say, well, that's not true. Oh, sorry, Nick, my mistake, of course. What would I know about science anyway?
Ridiculous.
I don't know. Would I know anything about
laughable.
science?
You've only got a couple of advanced research degrees, and you've been a professor for a number of years, and and how many other things you've done and written. Studies and all
publications,
that
peer reviewing,
you're
external consultancy. What would I know about science?
You've got no idea.
Of course, that's why I just that's why I would make such a fundamental mistake as to say something was true that wasn't true. Of course.
I mean,
sorry, Nick, it's still true.
Exactly. I mean, if the first thing you'd from a actual bona fide scientist would say when they didn't have any data, they'd say, "Well, we don't know." They'll be quite clear about that. Unless they're being paid to say the opposite.
Yeah.
And then usually
they might say, we have a reasonable inference here, we believe.
That's it. Yes.
And they would caveat that clearly with, this is our belief about the inference.
And they use
we are interpreting it. Yeah. Maybe.
They use the word maybe.
Possibly. Yeah.
Possibly and all that. Which basically means it could be the other thing altogether. The complete opposite.
As soon as you cross that line and use that magic C word, you better be able to back it up. You better be able to back it up with, physicists that do experiments with absolutely identical atoms of an identical elemental substance and see how they interact with each other.
That's right.
To talk about cause and effect, even they understand it can't be done, even at that level. Because of quantum strangeness, quantum unpredictability, for example. Yeah. So anyone that remotely knows anything about science, in a purple fit, would not use the word causal. Yeah. As soon as somebody says,
that's all we can do.
Exactly. As soon as anyone says this causes that, they're fucked as a scientist. They're done. They're finished. They're not a scientist. They're a crackpot.
Pretty much.
And they'll get a visit from my little friend, who will say, bollocks! Bollocks! And stuff. Like that. Mm.
Yeah, it's a crazy world we live in. That's true.
Yes.
And the sort of, because like yourself, when I first came on sort of the YouTube sort of environment and all that, it didn't take me long to realize that basically I really thought very different from most of these people. One thing that I couldn't believe is with the certainty that people believed in certain things.
Mm.
And I go, these people don't actually believe in, they don't really understand science. They're actually ideologically driven.
Yeah.
It's bizarre that I find that most people, it's the same thing, when it came to physics, there it even got worse with string theory and M theory and all that, and people, were making assumptions without any experimental data whatsoever. And it was just, I'm going, what the hell is happening? And I think it's really started in the late 19th century, this sort of divergence in science, one empiricists and the other rationalists. And the rationalists basically have got the upper hand with pseudoscience. That's really what has actually happened. Philosophically, we've moved away from, and we're not talking about here about, empiricism of, like if I don't see it. No, we're talking about here that we don't basically, from very poor data points, start making judgments of what is happening in reality. Mm. That means we require experimental proof in order to infer what is happening in reality.
Yeah.
You know, we're not inferring reality like a perfect copy. We're inferring what is happening in reality to the best of our abilities at this point in time in history of our civilization, which is civilization 0 currently. You know, that's the best we can do. And so, but the problem is with the rationalism, we've developed a cult scientific body that basically believes that they are masters of the universe, and they can basically, with their little models and stuff like that, they can actually tell us how reality works better than actually observable reality. It is ridiculous. And it's arrogant, and it's basically pseudoscience. And unfortunately, it has corrupted in a corrosive way the entire field of science, especially in most of the Western world. It's really bad. In some other parts of the world, there are still some pure scientists that are being paid not by corporates, not by certain interest groups, but by governments who just give them the money and just say, go and do it, and we don't really care, because it's just basically the prestige thing. And they still have some freedom to be able to do some half-decent research. But the majority out there is just appalling, I find, you know. And even in the nutritional field, I think I can only think, as I think I've said to you before, you know, obviously with twins, we can't do that experiment. That would be the ultimate. We can't do it. The only closest thing that I can think of is 20 years to life people that are in jail that volunteer, and it's, you know, only that would be the only way you could actually do an experiment. And then again, the level of inference is not going to be to the level of the twins, but it's going to be much higher than anything else that we could do in society. You know, so that would definitely give us far better results to basically say, well, with a certain level of that this is the best conclusions we can make on what seems to be better for humans. Beyond that, as we say, we stick to the archaeological data because that's the best stuff anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that.
As far as I'm concerned.
Shiner or Sheena or whatever it is, Sheena Shiner says I'm a cocksplat. Well, you're a fuck muppet. Or a cock
Really?
lunch. Yeah.
She's picking up some bad habits from Ted.
I know. He needs to be kept under control, that boy. He really does.
Oh, Lukey's here. G'day, Lukey.
Yes. All right. I'm fading, so I should probably go.
You better go.
Fade.
You better. It's 1 o'clock where you are.
Yep, just on 1 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock where I'm at, and I better get to bed as well. I've got work tomorrow.
Yes. Bloody. Well, I've got work tomorrow too. It's a busy day. Busy day.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure as usual. And,
no, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks for the chat as well.
No worries.
And pass on my regards to Pim as well. So
I will next time I see her.
Yeah, take care and.
We're like ships in the night, you know, at the moment. Ships in the night, I tells you.
Okay. different time slots. You guys are sleeping.
Well, and plus I'm working every hour that I've been sent, pretty much trying to keep things afloat, and she's trying to establish what she's trying to establish, and neither the twain shall meet at the moment. But perhaps I'll send her a message, something. Yeah. All right, mate.
Or just say something at lunch.
Perhaps if we had lunch. Yes. All right.
Anyway, take care. See you, mate.
Will do. See you, mate.
Good night. Anyway, guys, that's pretty much it. Hope you enjoyed the rest of it. Yeah. Thanks, Tracy. Yep. And Sarah's here as well. Yeah, thanks, guys, for staying for the rest of it. you've probably got to. These are sometimes conversations that I sometimes have with Bart and stuff like that. You know, when we talk about some of these people, sometimes I can be a bit more colourful, but I can't when it's the YouTubiers sort of thing going on about some of these people, what I think about them, Dave. But you know, there's not many people on the that I find I think alike. So Pim, Bart, people like that, they are true scientists. You know, they're not out there this sort of nonsense make-believe stuff that people make and say out there. So, you know, all we can do is infer to a certain degree. For us, pretty much, we go back to the stuff that's baked in the bones of our ancestors, and that's the N15 and the carbon data, the delta 13 isotopes that basically indicate primarily ruminant animals were what we consume for most of our existence. And I think our genetics would be adapted to that more than anything else. So whatever the crackpots out there say or try to fabricate reality with all their little models and, you know, made up statistics, you know, you can do whatever you like, but, you know, you can't basically invalidate thousands and thousands of years of evolutionary history baked in the bones. You know, that's just my foundation, and it's Bart's foundation. That's our foundation that we start from when it comes to our understanding of what is appropriate for human physiology. So, you know, others can believe in their little models. But anyway, I better get to bed because it's 11 o'clock here. Well, 3 minutes too, but still, I better go. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate everybody sort of staying on the extra. We're nearly up to 5 hours. So I do really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. I hope you enjoyed this live stream and the end of it as well with Bart on. That was really nice for him to come on and have a bit of a general chat about different things. Now, I'm getting out of here. See you guys. Good night and good day to those who are elsewhere on the planet.